1963 is going to be a very interesting year. Well, hang on, I gotta do the thing at the beginning where I move my head around so you can see all the posters in the background. There. Anyway, as I was saying, 1963 will be a very interesting year. We had the March on Washington with Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, and well, we'll see what movies people were using as escapism after the Kennedy assassination. People always talk about the downside of November 22nd, and not that I guess Elvis was still having some fun in Acapulco. He won't let the world events ruin his vacation. The year would also mark a turn for epics, as we've seen plenty of star-studded epic dramas, but in '63, we got one hell of a cast for one of the most beloved epic comedies of all time. While the big costume epic of the year manages to find a way to be the top film of 1963 and also a box office bomb. So grab your favorite pillow since there will be spanking, because it's time to spotlight 1963 in film. There will be movies this year that take many chances, but it's only the start of the year. We need to inch our way into the movies. Let's play it safe with sequels. Normally, Walt Disney hated the idea of sequels, but '63 has a couple, like the Old Yeller sequel. We'll see how that goes. But also Son of Flubber, the sequel to the 1961 smash hit The Absent-Minded Professor. This one already has me sold. Why? The simple inclusion of the great Paul Lynde.
George, did you see that?
It's a zany moment from Walt Disney's hilarious movie comedy, Son of Flubber.
I must solve this mystery. The mystery being who banged Flubber? Why does Flubber have a son? With Fred MacMurray returning, as well as director Robert Stevenson, the movie got the green light due to there being some unused gags in the first, and they wanted to show off the big football moment, clearly this movie's version of the basketball scenes from the first. But it did still pay off, the slapstick is top-notch, and audiences and critics were still into it, making it the 6th highest grossing movie of the year. Because it's for everyone.
It's for everyone, Walt Disney's Son of Flubber.
Can I stop now? No, the rap party is gonna last 12 more hours and we need you to dance! We're seeing some changes though. Beforehand, we'd see trailers that heavily promoted the books, but now... they're promoting syndicated columnists that write about Hollywood? Whoa, wait, Erskine Johnson is actually in the trailer?
I've been covering the Hollywood scene for a good many years, along with some 400 other newspaper people who tell the world about motion pictures.
God, I hope this is an intro to the Three Stooges movie of the year. What a weird way to start. It's like watching a trailer for All Quiet on the Western Front, if introed by Michael Musto. Here he's promoting a war film called The Hook and is talking over the action.
Dropping a bomb from a plane is impersonal, a symbol of man's inhumanity to man.
God, now I know why I didn't bring my history professor to see Saving Private Ryan. Why are you talking? The movie is on! The film stars Kirk Douglas in not as memorable a war film as Kubrick's Paths of Glory, and also Nick Adams, who was just in Hell is for Heroes in '61. It does have an engaging what would you do type plot though. It's at the end of the Korean War, where they have a prisoner who they're ordered to execute, only they have trouble when the man is humanized.
Jim. Hackett, pleased to meet you. Could you do it now?
Whoa, what? I thought I was in a Three Stooges movie. Yeah. All the prisoner needs to do is simply explain that he's Filipino. He's not part of this war. I don't know how you captured me. I was just walking. Oh, and I love this part of the trailer.
Robert Walker, son of two famous Hollywood stars, Robert Walker Sr. and Jennifer Jones.
Wake me when his dad is flubber. I'd like to see how a trailer like this would go over today, with people throwing around the term Nepo baby left and right. Damn it, Rob Walker, you never told me you were related to famous actors. And yet Johnson still doesn't change his tone.
One of the most sensitive films ever to come out of Hollywood, yet it has as much excitement as can explode in one movie.
It's an engaging display of action. I was thrilled when the man carried around his own severed arm. He's gonna leave us hanging too.
Okay, Gook. Start praying.
Could he do it?
Well, now he feels like William Castle. The gimmick of the movie is that there's a loaded gun under your theater seats, ladies and gentlemen. If the person next to you is chewing too loudly, what would you do? Anyway, the next one is called The Quick and the Dead. I bet that means we're already getting a Western. Oh, sorry, another war movie. This time a World War II film. Should have saved my Saving Private Ryan jokes for this one. They're dodging camera tricks left and right. The Americans are behind enemy lines, and the only ones they have on their side is some Italian women, who all join forces to take on the Germans, and of course get so laid. This one doesn't have to debate whether or not to execute someone. Listen to the rip-roaring marching band music. Put anyone in front of me and I'll shoot 'em. But we better get an epic in here that won't lose money. It's an Italian exploitation. It's gonna get in here cheap, collect its profits, and be on its way. This one is The Fury of Hercules. Had to take a minute in case it also turned out to be another war picture. This made it to the States in '63 after a March of '62 Italian release, and while it was the only time Brad Harris played Hercules, he did later have a role as King Augeas. In the superior 1983 Hercules, much more bear throwing in that one. Why rely on Hercules though, when I can take my complaints right to Caesar? There absolutely should have been a theater in January of '63 showing a double feature of Fury of Hercules and this film, Caesar the Conqueror. Hercules will destroy shit, but Caesar will conquer through politics. It's another Italian film, of course, that's another holdover from a 1962 Italian release, though this one's kinda cool in that we get to see Cameron Mitchell play Julius Caesar, who's battling the Gauls, as well as his political rivals. It's the prequel to Shakespeare's Julius Caesar we've all been waiting for. If you really want to keep the budget low, though, yes, you could be an Italian exploitation film, or to be even safer, a Roger Corman car racing film. I hope that it's simply just that they filmed the races for 90 minutes. It actually was shot in Europe during the real 1962 Formula One races, and it's still got revenge and romance, as one wants to expose the other for being as good and bad as he is on the racetrack.
Be friends.
Oh, I don't know. I've never been just friends with a woman.
On account of the whole restraining order thing. This has the best parts of races, the girls and movie slaps.
And the International Playgirls. Margrethe Robson.
Sure, 1962 was the year of slaps in motion pictures, but you didn't think they'd stop in 1963, did you? Or Rocky Marriages too, we gotta feature that.
You kept the bargain, all right.
I serve you as a wife should.
Make me a corn dog, I can smell them from the stands. Since it is Corman, there's some big names with early credits. Francis Ford Coppola went from shooting nudie flicks in the years prior to being a second unit director on this flick. His early work shows that he knows how to film some skin. Don't take too long with the lovemaking though. The next exploitation flick shows that the ladies only want about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, huh? Challenge accepted. Today the movie is notable for having an early appearance from Rue McClanahan as Poochie, a junkyard girl who has a dresser full of rubber to line your tires. Seems scandalous.
You mean to tell me you came in here with a 14-year-old boy?
Whoa, 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 not the kind of scandalous I was expecting. Count me out of this. I don't need to see private lessons take place in a dump. Funny enough, it isn't the only low-budget film of the year to be a junkyard thriller that begins when the lead's car breaks down, as we'll also have The Sadist later, which will be less strict with its timed lovemaking.
It only takes a minute. 5 minutes, that's all.
Okay, you said 1 minute first, so I'm gonna hold you to that. Plus, in that 5 minutes, Roger Corman can release a whole other movie. We have another Corman film, and it's one of his Poe adaptations too. This time an adaptation of The Raven. I mean, well, sorta. Sure, it's got Boris Karloff back, who was in the 1935 Raven adaptation, and I'm sure this is just like the poem.
Your hands are so cold.
Oh, oops, my bad. Did you say you wanted Edgar Allan Poe? Psych, it's Manimal. Corman and writer Richard Matheson decided to go the comedy route with this, which is an original way to go. I'm not kidding. It's about a wizard who has been turned into a raven by an evil sorcerer.
Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
Excellent. I can't wait for David Dakota to adapt The Black Cat. It is fun seeing these horror icons still play it like they would if it were a straight-up horror film. And it did have a double feature release, Come for Night Tide featuring Dennis Hopper, Stay for the Raven, which features future Easy Rider co-star Jack Nicholson. At least this next one assures me that it is 100% comedy and 100% British.
We warn you that the trailer, which see, is entirely unsuitable for anyone under the age of 2 or over the age of 122.
Yeah, okay, just keep 5 minutes to love away from the 14-year-olds, alright? On the Beat is a Norman Wisdom film where he's decided to dress like Charlie Chaplin in order to get accepted into the Ministry of Silly Walks. It's all about a man who really wants to become a policeman, only he's too short. I had that problem too, bro. Plus, they don't trust me on account of loving too many Charles Bronson vigilante movies. So instead, he has a plan. He finds a police uniform. That's all you need to become a cop. Think less Alec Baldwin in Miami Blues, and more the heroes from Let's Be Cops. If the hero himself decided to roll into a giant joint for the audience. Wisdom also has a dual role as a crime boss, and I don't know, it seems like this guy will be in a lot of trouble.
Norman's mad about being a policeman. And the police are more than mad about him. They're furious.
Right, they're gonna sit him down and give him a good lecture. On the plus side though, if you want some wackiness with the spirit of an old silent film comedy, you're gonna get it here even if there's no talking birds. Yet all of that sin you find in a junkyard or on the racetrack doesn't compare to the French film literally called The Seven Deadly Sins, as this is an anthology film with 7 directors, including Jean-Luc Godard, taking on the 7 deadly sins in the most French new wave possible. There won't be a severed head in a box by the end, just a collection of positive reviews from critics and a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. Why do I think the directors all fought to see which one gets to direct Lust? You got some sin in here too. This is Term of Trial, a Laurence Olivier film where a young girl is in love with her teacher, then accuses him of assault when he rejects her. We've been taking it easy in January of '63. It's cold outside, we just need imports. Whether it's the Italian ones or British ones like this, that had its London premiere in August of '62, plus it marked the screen debut of Sarah Miles of Ryan's Daughter, in a role originally offered to Hayley Mills till her parents refused. Don't worry, she'll go thrillery and Twisted Nerve in '68. Here we're just seeing what if Lisa Simpson wanted to destroy Mr. Bergstrom's life. Coming up next, Fellini will inspire a generation of auteurs, Mars will invade the Earth, Connie Francis will dance, and Judy Garland will teach some emotionally disturbed children. I wish that was all in the same movie.
This morning is special, and Mom's getting the credit.
You got it so soft.
Mother, my sweater's fine now.
Well, but let's give credit where it's due. Downey.
Welcome to February of 1963, people, and for that, let's go back to talking about 1962. In November of '62, we talked about how the West was won, the glorious American epic tracing through 19th century history, which weirdly got its release in the UK first before it came here, but it did get to the States in February of '63, where it would become the second highest grossing movie of the year and go on to be nominated for 8 Oscars, including Best Picture. We also talked about Orson Welles' The Trial, which had its French release in December of '62 before coming here in '63. This month also saw the release of The Elusive Corporal, and I hear a title like that and I think, another wacky Jim Hutton comedy?
Si c'était sa mère qui nous ouvrait.
Tu serais malade et elle t'arracherait une dent.
Oh, arrête de déconner, caporal, c'est pas le moment.
I don't think Jim is in this, nor do I think Paula Prentice will show up to dance either. The Elusive Corporal is a prisoner of war film directed by Jean Renoir that was filmed in '61, got its French release in '62, before coming here in '63. It went hand in hand with another Renoir prisoner of war film, Grand Illusion, from 1937, and this film even had people on board like co-writer and AD Guy Lafranc, who had been a World War II POW in real life as well. But now we must get to the 1963 Italian release of the film that every movie scholar must drop into conversation once in their life to show that we watch a lot of films.
Giù definitivamente.
Yes, I too am a connoisseur of the classic Rabbit of Seville, especially when Bugs grows flowers on Elmer's head. This is Fellini's 8½, a true director's film where Marcello Mastroianni plays a filmmaker who needs to get that creative spark back if he's gonna make his sci-fi masterpiece. It's gonna be Battle of the Worlds, isn't it? How can he focus on making his film when there's tons of ladies around for him to get so laid? I know the feeling. I'd have won plenty of Oscars right now if I wasn't knee-deep in hookers every night. Ooh, did I say that out loud? Good. Winner of the Foreign Language Film Oscar, it's an influential avant-garde classic that is important for any artist who has had struggles with creativity. Wait, I know this movie. I've seen Stardust Memories, and I've seen 9. That Daniel Day-Lewis is a genius. He's so method, he went back in time to actually direct Guido's movie. Was I inspired after seeing this film? No. When I was 18, I saw Terror Firmer, the 8½of my time. While How the West Was Won may have been the second highest grossing movie of the year, is it time to get to the top grossing and one of the most highly anticipated epics of '63? No, it's far too early to get to that. We gotta get to the Italian knockoff first, Cleopatra's Daughter. Slightly different than the mockbusters of today, in that back back then, you could just find something from years prior and put it out in theaters with a fancy new title and completely different dialogue. Originally released in Italy in 1960 under the title of The Tomb of Kings, the American '63 release sets it in 1st century BC instead of the Bronze Age, and is now about the daughter of Cleopatra, here named Shyla, who squares off against an evil pharaoh. Truly the Caligula II Messalina of its time, that was released before Caligula, though has more group sex in it than Cleopatra's daughter. Enough of the French or the Italians, though. What about the British? I hope that Crooks Anonymous is Britishy enough for my taste.
Where's my lovely bed?
Like everything else, brother, it's been sold.
Ooh, look at this guy. He's got resting "I've poisoned the tea" face. This is a comedy from Ken Anakin that's basically about AA but for thieves, as a crook needs to kick his whole stealing habit, so why not a support group? I mean, if Birds Anonymous can work for Sylvester. It's another 1962 import that was a modest hit in its country, but is known today for being the first film for Julie Christie before she'd have a big breakthrough role this same year in Billy Liar. But I promised you Judy Garland helping the children, and that's what you're gonna get in shocking police sketch vision.
A child be so many things, laughter, and sometimes a child can be heartbreak.
And sometimes his head can be replaced with a delicious holiday ham. This is A Child Is Waiting, a movie that wasn't a hit, but it's in that final era of Judy Garland movies that I do love, because between this and Judgment at Nuremberg, she had some very against-type dramatic roles that she was phenomenal in, where here she plays a new teacher at a children's institute who clashes with the school director Burt Lancaster.
Burt Lancaster and Judy Garland take an untouched theme and make it touching and unforgettable.
Though maybe don't use the word touching so much in your school movie. And I'm starting to wonder if this will be damaging to my own health.
Only Burt Lancaster and Judy Garland tell this untold story and make your heart tell it over and over again.
That sounds like a heart attack. I knew one day the weekly theater popcorn would get me. The quarrels between the two characters is ironic, considering there was a lot of drama behind the scenes too. It was directed by John Cassavetes, who was basically a director for hire on it after the original director left, and John's more improvisational method led to disagreements between the cast and the producer. Cassavetes would later disown it, not because he thought it was bad, just that it was mainly producer Stanley Kramer's picture and not his, as they disagreed over the messaging with the children and also the style of editing, as Kramer wanted something more sentimental, while Cassavetes was more into the French New Wave style. And somewhere in the mix, ghost drawings from a horror film are hanging out on the jungle gym. But it's still a movie worth seeing for Garland's performance, and it incorporates a supporting cast of kids with actual mental disabilities. Not that school matters anymore, because we're about to be invaded by Mars, which looks suspiciously like the moon. And it's taking its sweet-ass time to move it, Space Roomba! See, this is why we need to study more about Mars. The Martians have taken over the bodies of a scientist and his family in order to blend in and take over the Earth.
Is that what you plan on doing, removing and replacing me?
Well, yes, that saves on a costume budget. We've got a B-movie cast here that can help us.
Starring Kent Taylor, space scientist.
I hope that's his full legal name.
Marie Windsor, the wife. Will she too be removed and replaced?
I found a younger, more sexually adventurous wife, honey.
William Mims, marked for Martian vengeance.
The hell did you do to piss off Martian Bronson? Obviously made to capitalize on both The Day the Earth Stood Still and Invasion of the Body Snatchers. If we could just try shooting them first.
You can't harm me, Dr. Fielding. I don't believe you.
crap, I thought for sure that would work. I'm crossing my fingers, bullets don't hurt me. Directed by Maury Dexter, who can shoot a movie so quick, he'll have another B flick in March. Even this trailer seems to be wrapping things up. Wow, who knew the Martians had a wile E. coyote crashing through the ground outline? I think the Heston film here might have the slightly larger budget. Excellent. Diamond Head versus Sapphire Head, fighting each other at last. In this film, Heston searches for a more flattering hat, while James Darren needs no hats to nap with the ladies. It's nice getting a Darren film in here, since I'm writing this one day after he passed away. Rest in peace, Officer Jim Corrigan. Set in Hawaii, it's about an asshole baron and the conflicts that come with hating his sister's Hawaiian fiancé, and also, oops, he knocked up an Asian lady. It's a potboiler film, but seems like it could have been pitched as what if we had an Elvis movie crossed with the melodrama of a Robert Mitchum film. Heston took on the role after it was originally supposed to star Clark Gable, but once Gable passed away, the character was rewritten as younger and Heston took the lead. It was also a comeback film for writer Marguerite Roberts, who was blacklisted for nearly a decade. I kinda like what Heston had to say about the movie, remarking in the 90s that he doesn't remember much about it, but he still gets a hell of a lot of royalty checks from it, so hey, sweet. While there may not have been any Paula Prentice in The Elusive Corporal, I have summoned her appearance in this much jauntier service movie. Bonus points if it stars Connie Francis. Hey, you mind wrapping it up? Mars is invading! Follow the Boys reunites Connie with Paula Prentice after the success they had in Where the Boys Are, with even more singing.
It's the hilarious inside story of these wives and sweethearts of the boys with the 6th Fleet.
You too will fall to your death over these ladies. Even the trailer guy is like, you know what you're getting here.
Connie Francis and Paula Prentice were together before in Where the Boys Are, remember?
Depends. Do we mean the 80s one with far more drunk driving? It actually was supposed to be another Jim Hutton Prentice movie, but he was replaced by Russ Tamblyn, making 62's The Horizontal Lieutenant the last of their team-ups. Sucker, this one's got overseas broads.
Richard Long, the ship's wolf, is very interested in Dani Robin, who's very beautiful and very French.
Yes, she'll understand Cassavetes' style of directing. Here a group of girls follow the boys of their dreams to Italy if they can get used to the driving. They got both love and songs in their hearts. See, she's got a song in every port. I've seen that Pornhub search. This is a movie with a message. Following the boys is where the girls are? Confusing. Whenever I go to the men's showers, it's just a bunch of dudes. No matter, the moral is, if you see some sailors you like, follow them to another country. What's the worst that could happen? If you get kidnapped, Liam Neeson will get you out someday. Here, though, we have something that's a lot to unpack. This is called Nudes on Credit, which at first seems like nudist films are taking on the spy genre, but that's not what it is at all. It's a comedy that's kind of a throwback to a 40s gangster film, only with Soviet spies. It has to do with a couple of con men who find a Soviet agent's credit cards and papers, and then they start spending the shit out of his money. That's how we win the Cold War, ruining the Russians' credit scores. Even more amazing is that it's the first film for director Nick Millard, so when you watch this well-shot black and white spy flick, it's fun to remind yourself that it's from the director of the Crazy Fat Ethel and Death Nurse movies, who outside of his shot on video era, really could direct some cool stuff. Coming up next, the birds take the jungle gym away from the ghost children. There's another Judy Garland movie, another movie from the director of The Day Mars Invaded the Earth, and another sexy war movie, this time called Operation Bikini. Forget wondering if those are all the same movie. I'm curious if every month in 1963 is the same.
Uriel cigars. Across this mighty land of ours, they're smoking cigars. The extra mild tobaccos have a taste that is sublime. Why don't you pick one up and smoke it sometime?
Gotta start talking fast. We're in March and there's no time to kill.
I have to close the cottage for the winter, but that isn't what makes it so special.
What's the secret?
Okay, they'll get to the killing soon enough. They've still got 90 minutes of their boat commute left. Though we'll put the word no in smaller print on the poster. That way you might think there's plenty of time to kill. And there's plenty of time for it to come to the States. This is actually a 1959 Swedish-British noir about a man falsely imprisoned for arson, then upon release sets out to find those responsible. When it came to the States, it was re-edited by distributor Jerry Warren, who cut out 30 minutes of footage. And you all know Jerry Warren. He released stuff like Wild World of Batwoman. You know how I know this? Footage of the movie was later edited into Wild World of Batwoman. Does John Ireland clear his name by drugging suspects with yummy soup? Now, we've talked about Cleopatra's exploitation, but sadly there's been little mention of how the West was one's exploitation.
In California, fearless frontiersmen are led against oppressors by a danger-loving soldier of fortune.
Yes, we don't have the budget to show bandits in uniform meeting head-on across the entire country. Best keep it localized to just California. It's okay, we got Tarzan!
Starring Jock Mahoney as Don Mike.
He could have been Senator Mike, Governor Mike, something. Jock is wearing the tightest pants with America's ass in this story about fighting the Mexican government through gunfights and love triangles.
You trusted me to come here tonight. Can you trust me just a little more?
You can see the triangle specifically in his hat. Hell, I'm surprised they didn't just make this Tarzan versus Zorro. Truly, it will be a movie full of conversation.
But people always fight for what they think is right.
Then I think they're wrong.
Well, I guess you're right, honey. No need to argue. The town is on fire, but I do want to get some tonight. We may not have Cleopatra here either, but we can at least put Jane Fonda in some Cleopatra hair. Wait, what? Every woman's birthright is a man's love? Why do taglines back then sound like some pockmarked virgin tweeting? This is in the cool of the day, where people are getting laid here.
This is a girl like no one you've ever met before, fighting to be a woman with the only weapon she could find, love.
And if that doesn't work, a gun! It's about a married couple whose relationship is on the rocks. See? There's the rocks. Tempting.
Here in the perfumed Mediterranean night, she cries out for a real love, finding it in the arms of her husband's best friend.
Sleeping with his wife is the best way for their friendship to grow even stronger. And it's a double affair movie, since Peter Finch is cheating on his own wife.
What's the matter? Are you afraid your girl will be jealous?
She's not my girl.
She's my woman. I mean, what girl? I don't know what you're talking about, honey. She seems bitter and jealous. That's what the trailer says.
Angela Lansbury is superb in her portrayal of the jealous, bitter wife.
Right? You should be proud of your husband sleeping around while he tosses you on the bed. It's only brought up today in that when Jane Fonda was asked about her worst movie, she stated this one and also regretted making it. That opens up a challenge to anyone to watch this back-to-back with Monster-in-Law and see which one comes out on top. We need something a little more thrilling. This is spelling out its terror in a pool of blood, and it's got the word mad in the title. The poster says it will be terrifying. Vincent Price is so scared, a cigar blew up in his face while he was wearing goggles. Like in the cool of the day, it will still keep the story of love and jealousy, and monologues right to the screen.
Wherever evil exists in the heart of man, would you like to know the secret of the Horror's mysterious power?
The hell? He's advertising it like William Castle if the gimmick was that the movie will literally possess you with a demon. You can take me to the coward's corner on this one. Here spirits are rising from the green fire while discovering leftover House of Wax props. Oh, that's where I put that head. Kinda creepy, actually. The plot has to do with a criminal on death row who is possessed by a spirit who then possesses a magistrate played by Price only because there wasn't a raven around he could go into. He seems exhausted from the evil.
She will die, not you.
Leave her alone.
I just need a nightcap and a nap. Leave her alone. The movie is Denzel's Fallen crossed with a Price movie. I can dig it. With 60s love affairs, of course.
Liar! What are you trying to hide, that you would take another man's wife away? That's enough, Duclas.
You want Peter Finch's office. It's right down the hall. I gotta get home to my sweetie. Don't be so shocked. That's just how Price says I love you every night. He's only gonna cut you some brownies. And why a diary? Don't write this stuff down. It'll be incriminating. Let's go for something lighter. How about Papa's delicate condition? What's ailing Dad this time?
When the eccentric Jackie Gleason takes his medicine.
When he has too much medicine, he does foolish things.
Excellent. It's the lighter side of alcoholism. Through my drunk goggles, I often see myself in the midst of a Music Man-like jaunty number, when in reality it's more like the public shenanigans of Animal House than crying myself to sleep and leaving Las Vegas. Even the poster says that if you get a couple of drinks in you, you might end up at a gay parade. It was on my route home from work, honey, I swear. This was based on a memoir by actress Connie Griffith about a relationship with her father, and being a more lighthearted movie was something Jackie Gleason was looking for upon picking the role, after his more serious turns in The Hustler and Gajot. It would also go on to win the award for Best Original Song for Call Me Irresponsible, which I will be singing in my next drunken karaoke night. And if California is how the West was won with less space, we're not gonna do the War of the Worlds, just keep it as a battle. I'm still choosing to believe that this is what our hero was making in 8.5, though slightly lesser budget.
Only one scientific mind can stop the stellar holocaust.
Barry Goldwater, we need your help now more than ever. Get Bill Miller on the phone. Both of you need to run for president of the world. This was an Italian film from 1961 that got its release here in '63 and was actually directed by Antonio Margheriti, who's directed some stuff we've talked about before, like Cannibal Apocalypse, where here an asteroid is heading towards Earth with flying saucers. It's the best way to hook up.
Feel the torment of desperate passions as men and women live the last panic-filled hours of love in history's final chapter.
You said we'd sleep together if it was the end of the world, and I'm gonna hold you to that, dear. Shot in excellent arcade game vision and scientifically accurate.
They must land on the foreboding crust of the hostile planet and destroy forever the soulless power of its monstrous hidden brain.
Here's your problem. The brain's got worms. We'll be safe. Claude Rains was the Invisible Man. He'll sneak into the planet just fine. If you're wondering why director Maury Dexter didn't warn us of this after he made The Day Mars Invaded the Earth, that's because he was dealing with some house trouble in his other film this year.
Dare you enter the House of the Damned?
Depends. Is there prize money involved? Here an architect and his wife spend quality time in a mansion where the tenants have disappeared. And sure, a black cat is a bad omen, but what of the black dinosaur roaming the house? We don't want to piss off God too much. Let's break out the twin beds. That'll keep the old lady from shaming us.
Spying! I caught you spying!
Uh-oh, someone stole her lemon drink again. And oh no, your wife is hot. You know how much Egas still wants to be a hit with the ladies after his close shave. Yes, Richard Keel roams the halls as a character called the Giant. Good thing he's not typecast. Give him a good punch in the stomach and he'll retreat and you can sell this place. While Gleason was going for something lighter here, so was Judy Garland in her next movie. Her name is colorful. That means it'll be a happier film than Judgment at Nuremberg or A Child is Waiting. This one has the real Judy, not that fake Judy from Legends of Oz Dorothy's Return. They're really selling the movie on the fact that it's Judy's first time singing in a film in 10 years, as the original title was The Lonely Stage, but was changed to I Could Go On Singing to emphasize the singing as well as the romantic drama. She does give a damn good performance here too, as it would end up being her last film, and she went out on a good one. She plays a singer who tries to repair the relationship with her son, who was raised by his father, Dirk Bogarde, after an affair the two had years prior. You just need to win back his heart through song, with the disapproval of Captain Von Trapp.
He's my son, and I'm going to teeth him.
There's better ways to teeth him than just tying a loose tooth to a door and slamming it. Just ignore the kid. Manager Jack Klugman wants her to get on stage. Get that passion back, Missy.
Now, can you tell me why I do that?
I could go on singing.
Yes, that's nice, Mr. Narrator, but I'm here to see Judy singing, damn it, as her talent is most certainly not for the Byrds. That's because the Byrds were already under contract to play the title characters in Alfred Hitchcock's The Byrds, his first film after 1960's Psycho, and like Psycho, it was one that got a mixed reception from critics upon release, but went on to be regarded as a classic and one of the best horror films of the 60s. We've seen giant animals and giant insects in horror flicks before, but Hitchcock says no, the animals can kill you no matter how big they get. Truly, it paved the way for other animals gone amok movies like dogs. Though this one contains that Hitchcock symbolism, as nature can cause the lovebirds to grow far more intense the more sexual tension factors into the story. At least they finally got the ghost children off the jungle gym, though. Wait, why am I just showing clips? This is a Hitchcock movie. It's gotta be advertised by Hitchcock himself, practically making the trailers like a short film. Would you like white meat or dark meat?
It is about the Byrds and their age-long relationship with man. It will be seen in theaters like this across the country.
If you want to go direct to television, I suggest you wait for the sequel. He shows off his bird artwork, his fancy duck telephone, and...
Take this plumed hat from the period of Charles I.
The Scarlet Pumpernickel would like his hat back, thank you very much. I raided my grandmother's closet. I have plenty more hats to show, including this hard candy. I would go to Hitchcock's lectures.
Thousands of years ago, man was satisfied merely to steal an egg from a nest and use it for food.
Is it just me, or is this movie really making me want an egg sandwich? And I like it when he actuallys himself.
The passenger pigeon and the famous dodo bird have all disappeared. Actually, they didn't exactly disappear.
For you see, they came back as Eddie Deason in Follow That Bird. Whoa, this is taking a turn. I myself got hungry for lunch. Spit out the buckshot and let's have dinner.
I've begun to feel very close to the Byrds and have developed a real sympathy for our little... What was I saying?
He just realized he forgot the stuffing in the oven. And he's doing this in front of his own birds. You just ate his cousin. There's gonna be no Thanksgiving this year, and no Tippi Hedren will be safe.
They're coming!
I love that Hitchcock could make a genuinely creepy-ass movie and sell it as a terrifying movie too, while still making the trailer hilarious. I miss that. Let's bring that back. Stephen King tried in the 80s. That's better than what they do with the advertising here, which seem to be on the phone with the makers of Nudes on Credit, to be like, how do we advertise this as something completely different than what it is? The name of the movie is Operation Bikini, sounding like a Fred Olen Ray Cinemax film, and the poster for it has Eva Six in a bikini, and it says stuff like Temptation in Paradise, neither hell nor high heels could stop them, and it's got a young cast that would be utilized in the beach party movies like Frankie Avalon and Jodie McRae, but what the movie actually is a fairly straightforward World War II movie about an underwater demolition team chasing their target to the island of Bikini Atoll. It was originally titled The Sea Fighters and was going to star Rory Calhoun. I guess that's one way to get your audience to your movie, though you're risking serious blue balls from the crowd. They'd have to stay till the end, where, no joke, they attached color footage of girls in bikinis. See, it's not false advertising, we swear! Though I'm primarily here for this very familiar voice as the narrator.
A tiny coral atoll, a barren spot on the face of the vast Pacific, ignored by man for 2,000 years.
Renaming it Operation Bikini was the best way to get Captain Kirk interested in the island. We need Russ Meyer back in here to whip these non-sex films into shape. Europe in the Raw will do. And it isn't even a European import from a previous year, and it advertises nudity galore. Whoa, no windows will be safe across Europe from peeping toms.
And her long tapered legs encased in sheer hosiery.
The hell, is this a sting operation to catch a new Jack the Ripper? It's Russ Meyer doing a travelogue-like exploitation film, I'm guessing off of the heels of Mondo Kane's success, where the gimmick here is that Meyer has a hidden camera in a suitcase, catching all the action from the red light districts.
In this red light district, one can indulge in any kind of sexual aberration known to man.
I want to dress like a dog and have you spank me with a rolled-up newspaper when I relieve myself on the rug. If you ask me, it should do the opposite of Operation Bikini and attach black and white war footage for the end credits. Or for some non-nudity exploitation, we still got Epicsploitation here, and though not distributed by Jerry Warren, it is an import from Italy that chopped about 30 minutes after its original runtime in 1961. These Amazons of Rome will be pissed.
Answer the clarion call to spectacular adventure.
Ow, hey, that almost hit me! This spectacular adventure is annoying! I'm supposed to guard the bridge! Oh, crap. And just 'cause there isn't nudity galore, don't mean it ain't still hot!
The beautiful Amazons of Rome, who fought like she-demons.
You know what they say, angel in the sheets, she-demons on the battlefield. No weapon will go unused.
Fighting with every weapon at their command.
The heck, did he tie my shoelaces together? It's one where the backstory has something more interesting than the movie. There was a producer that creepily followed lead actress Sylvia Sims into her hotel room, but she was saved by Jack Palance, who happened to be there making another movie. Jack Palance is the hero of this film, and he isn't even in it! I hope he tossed the guy off the guard tower. I'm starting to notice something here. If 1962 was the year of slaps, so far I'm seeing a trend of these trailers ending with something on fire. First California, then Vincent Price's Castle, and now Rome. And people are getting it on in various ways in 63.
Lick it. Lick it!
What do you mean that'll cost me extra? How is that worse than the soiled rug thing? Yes, this is The Balcony, starring Shelley Winters as the madam of a brothel in Columbo's sexiest investigation yet. Peter Falk is a cop who gets her to pose as the queen of a fictitious country to stop an ongoing revolution, and along the way she enlists the help of some of her customers and another familiar face.
What's worst of all is people saying in the streets, "Oh, the rebellion was wonderful. They don't mention me."
Kirk is gonna be so jealous. He was suckered in by Operation Bikini, unbeknownst that the real action is with Spock and the brothel. I appreciate any drama with a plot that's like a cross between a Marx Brothers movie or a 70s Tinto Brass film. We've had enough sex on land, though. Let's move it up to the sky.
Can I tempt you, sir?
Why, yes, you could try floating through the streets. It turns me on the most. And if you get decapitated, that's okay. The advertising is all about losing your head. Come Fly With Me is a comedy that seems made by a producer who loves playing grab ass on his flights. Only the best in this airline.
But I locked myself in the bathroom and couldn't get out. We lose some of our best people that way.
Yeah, she used to work for Zorin Airlines. Sorry, that wasn't the door to the bathroom. Why do I have the feeling that Follow the Boys is the in-flight movie? They're practically the same plot.
Dolores Hart stakes out some real nobility for herself.
Oh, what a marvelous cigarette case.
Ha! When do you see my dick? Is he a criminal being pursued by the police? Who cares? He's handsome. These ladies are finding gold everywhere.
Lois Nettleton picks a big oil man from Texas.
Well, it just happens you got a couple of squares on your hands.
Is Daddy gonna bury you in the backyard too with my other mommies? It's the reaction from the side characters that I'm liking the most.
Only a reckless lass like Pamela Tippin would set her romantic sights on a jet jockey like Hugh O'Brien.
Ray!
Well, that went from a salty to lovey-dovey in mere seconds. And there's something else familiar, too.
He's a pilot with a girl in every port. Every airport, that is.
What the hell is with the port puns in 63? Did the advertisers also work on Follow the Boys? It's the family vacation version of Europe in the Raw.
Filmed against the dazzling excitement of some of the most glamorous spots on Earth.
Daddy's keeping his suitcase of nudie footage in his safe from prying eyes. It does have that recognizable title song by Frankie Avalon, though. You could have called this Operation Bikini and it would have made more sense. Still a better movie than Stewardesses 3D. And if Judy Garland can do a mother-son movie, how about Vincent Minnelli directing a father-son film with the courtship of Eddie's father, starring Glenn Ford and little Ronnie Howard, who is on the hunt for a lady willing to marry his widowed dad. I think he got his notes from a passenger in Come Fly With Me, since the ladies are introduced with their measurements.
A ravishing redhead.
Everything you see here, it's me.
Gosh!
You have the exact measurements from Dad's favorite magazines. It's not what's in the heart, son. It's the size of them hips. More cushion for the pushin'. Don't worry, we know some of the cast names.
Provocative Dina Merrill is a fashion designer who has designs on Daddy-O.
Also, Dad is gonna hit on the dog. Boy, he's lonely. Let's get Jerry Van Dyke in here, too. He also lost his mother. She's a car now. This is becoming less of a heartwarming father-son family picture.
See where my hips are?
Oh, I do. I do.
So, where do I give the balls a good shine? You're a bad influence on the boy.
Dad, for the first time in my life, I'm in love. She's beautiful. Well, except from behind.
I didn't need to know that Opie's not an ass man. Eventually they'll cut to the chase and call into the radio as Sleepless in Seattle. It's not working out so well here.
The irresistible Don Juan, lines of women climbing over children to swoon at your feet.
Hey, at least I've never been kicked out of a bowling alley. The movie would still prove popular enough to become a successful television series starring Bill Bixby that ran for 3 seasons from 69 to 72. No word on if Stella Stevens' ass also made it to the TV version. The tales of Glenn Ford hooking up back in the day is the stuff of legend. How much so? He's literally in the next film called Love is a Ball. I found your new mother, son. She showed up on our first date in a bikini. We married later that afternoon. This one's a screwball comedy where Charles Boyer is a matchmaker trying to set up a duke and an heiress, but the guy is a bit of a doof, so they get Glenn Ford to teach him to be the aristocratic gentleman he was born to be, or just cut their losses and get him a hooker. The movie was made while Ford and Hope Lang were in a relationship, and there was a lot of backstage tensions between Ford and the director David Swift, but as long as Jack Palance doesn't have to show up to break up fights, we're good. And we're gonna leave March of 63 on a lighter note, I'm sure, as Walt Disney Pictures is back with Miracle of the White Stallion. Is it another inspiring boy and his horse film? Oh my God, Pollyanna, what did you do? This was an early film for director Arthur Hiller, and certainly a different kind of Disney film for the time. I mean, outside of wartime cartoons, of course. The movie is all about the Operation Cowboy in 1945, where the Americans and the Germans actually did team up to fight the Waffen-SS, and it details the evacuation of the horses from the Spanish riding school in Vienna to thwart a Nazi plot to steal the horses to create their own horse master race. Stupid Hitler was trying out every idea in the last days of the war. The film, however, wasn't the success they wanted it to be, in a year which saw Disney with a few hits, but a few forgotten misses too. Coming up next, we got a movie that better get good reviews. It's called The Critic's Choice, and if the Giant can be in House of the Damned, then Arch Hall Jr. can return in The Sadist and be the more terrifying of the two.
That jam by Old Virginia, that's the brand to keep in mind. Preserves by Old Virginia, they're the finest you can find. Old Virginia, they're fresh from vine tree. So remember, Old Virginia, it's the top in quality.
We're back. It's April and the spring weather is here. Not that cold weather would stop any of these movies from having a parade. Oh, great. Jackie Gleason's drunk again and thinks he's Elvis now. What happened at the World's Fair? I'm sure the trailer will tell us.
Here against the fabulous panorama of one of the most exciting events of recent times is everything that has made Elvis Presley one of the greatest entertainment stars in the world.
I knew that my Ralphing on the tilt-a-whirl is what made Elvis a star. Move over, Forrest Gump, and your dancing leg braces. However, I don't know where he got his flirting moves from.
Relax. Kick your shoes off, baby.
Save it for your flight home, mister. Hands off while we're on the ground. Everyone is trying to keep Elvis away from the girls.
Dorothy! Get me my gun, Emma.
Mom, Dad.
Oh, back to the jailhouse for me. However, this is the point in Elvis's career where they're like, let's team him up with a kid.
For Elvis has a new sweetheart, little Vicky 2, one of the cutest youngsters you've ever met.
Take her to the lost and found where she belongs. He's gonna flirt with more broads that seem repulsed by him.
It's pretty nurse Joan O'Brien who's given him a new viewpoint, which bugs Gary Lockwood, his partner, no end.
That bugs me, your partner, to no end. And they brought the gay parade, too.
Gonna find that rainbow beyond the bed.
Isn't this thing supposed to go higher? Well, you said I could pinch your ass on the plane, honey, so here I am. This movie features plenty of stars, such as earthquakes and...
in an eye-popping riot of explosive hilarity,
Kurt Russell, Snake Plissken himself, sent in to rescue the president's daughter after the earthquake. Yes, I went for the Escape from L.A. reference. The corniness of this one seems like it takes place more so in that movie's universe. And with a story about two friends hitching to the World's Fair after the no-good sheriff seizes their crop duster, some of these Elvis movies really were the Burt Reynolds good old boy movies of their time. Someone else had a ton of loves in their lives too. 6 loves to be exact. No, Debbie doesn't have a man in every country to build up her frequent flyer miles. Instead, she's taking care of some kids. I don't know if it was possibly greenlit to be released so close to I Could Go On Singing, but this is another where the lead character is a musical star who then has to take care of the children. Judy only had 1 to drag along by her side. Debbie has 6 abandoned children pestering her while she's supposed to be on vacation. How do we keep it extra wholesome? It's the Reverend she ends up falling in love with. Cliff will adopt all 6 kids in the hopes that one becomes Spider-Man. I'm thinking that I have to see the next one though, just from one look at the poster. It's yelling at me to go see it, and there's a stopwatch. I don't know how, but I apparently have very little time to see it. 9 Hours to Rama is a fictional account of Nathuram Godse and takes place over the hours prior to him assassinating Gandhi, and it features Jose Ferrer as a cop hot on his tail. I'm intrigued. Yeah, the 80s Gandhi movie is okay and all, but if you could mix in a little In the Line of Fire and Nick of Time, that may make for a shorter, more fast-paced runtime. Here's your problem: you didn't have enough police that specialize in wackiness.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever witnessed a robbery?
Did he say rubbery? I don't know. I've seen a lot of weird pornos, so maybe. I'm not understanding a lot of these questions.
Have you ever been dressed by Monsieur Jules, one of the top couturiers in the country?
Positively formidable.
You tell me, I only know like 3 of those words. Yes, Peter Sellers stars in The Wrong Arm of the Law. I've seen enough Clouseau movies to know that even when he's the right end of the law, there will be slapstick. As a Sellers geek, I am in.
If you laughed with Peter Sellers in the two-way stretch, nearly died laughing at him in Only Two Can Play.
True, I nearly died. I need something that will finally finish me off. Hence, we have this pretty clever movie about a group of thieves who impersonate the police to steal from other thieves. So the more honest gangsters have to team up with the coppers, that way they can stop their stolen stuff from being stolen. I still don't know what they're talking about, but I think they're in the mood.
I've got a lovely little wedding lined up for Friday. Nervous O'Toole won't be touching that. I have Monday to Friday, he has the weekends, like the ITA.
Crap, I knew I should have taken one more semester of learning to speak Guy Ritchie. The only thing I really understand is the taglines. Too many crooks spoil the broth? Cops and crooks in a crazy stew? Okay, so the trailer guy is in the mood for a can of Campbell's soup, I guess. Must be cold outside. Random. And going from a movie called The Wrong Arm of the Law to one called The Ugly American, I was expecting another zany comedy, but this scroll has extreme political thriller vibes. Cue the explosions! This is why I stopped playing Risk. Too many fires to put out. The movie stars Marlon Brando as Harrison McWhite, but I'm more interested in the narrator.
Never before has a motion picture captured with such realism the bursting fury of mobs beyond control.
Wasn't expecting Arch Hall Sr. to be narrating the Brando movie, especially in a month that has an actual Arch Hall Jr. movie.
Starring Marlon Brando as a short-sleeved fighting ambassador.
Best that Brando puts her to bed and naughty ga. In it, Brando is an American ambassador to a fictitious country, and the stress is getting the better of him.
We will kill you! You're a Judas goat!
Your words cut deeper than your policies. Filmed in Southeast Asia, it puts Brando right in a civil war.
The land where bullets come screaming out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, they were standing right behind you. Despite impressive performances, intense battle scenes, and solid cinematography, it was another in this era of Brando movies that underperform, even though it had good reviews, but its performance was chalked up to just simply having a lot to compete with this year. Hence the next film.
Bye, bye, bye.
I don't know who Birdie is, but does this mean Anne Margaret is now single? It's the 8th highest grossing movie of '63, or ain't much going on in Washington at the time, so the kids are protesting teen idol Conrad Birdie being drafted. You still have Conway Twitty, practically the same name. This is like an Elvis movie without Elvis, based on the Broadway play, which was inspired by Elvis going into the army. Not sure if Elvis also demanded kisses from the fans before he left.
He bestows a farewell kiss on all the swooning girls who worship him. Did you see it? Kissing one fabulously lucky teenage Tessie?
I mean, maybe Conrad will have some better luck than Elvis had this month. See? Anne looks happy.
Mommy! Mommy! Baby! Mommy! Cousin Bernie's coming here to kiss me!
That's it! I'm getting my gun! And he's putting locks on the door.
How lovely to be a woman and change from boys to men.
Another movie shot in a camera in a pervy guy's suitcase. It was also the first movie role for Dick Van Dyke, who is making his transition to movies with style.
Comedy star Dick Van Dyke has that certain feeling when he gets close to Janet Leigh.
Don't worry, he doesn't have the mommy issues of Norman Bates.
What about marriage?
Well, if it was good enough for you and Papa, it's good enough for...
In time, you're just a baby.
I mean, maybe. Guess that's debatable. The movie's success with audiences and critics made a star out of Anne Margaret, where all the boys are jealous.
How can you let another man kiss you? And in public?
I assure you, I won't even feel it.
Oh God, how big is he? Bigger than me? Truly, it's a battle of the sexes.
We don't hate anyone as much as you.
He's not so much.
I can take him, boys. Oh God, seriously, how big is he? Not to mention, Conrad is killing our parents too.
See you.
What's wrong?
Dang, the laughter of the Sellers movies finally got her. But no one is more interested than Dad.
You dare defy your mother?
It's my hair.
Not till you're 21.
Why does she even need to leave? She's got the hilarity of Paul Lynde and his jaunty musical numbers right there. This really is one of the best musicals of the year. Sure, Anne's pants and the memorable music may have something to do with it, but let's not forget the raw sex appeal of Ed Sullivan. 1963 audiences like a movie that goes boing, hence the hilariously titled nudie picture, Boing! Directed by Herschel Gordon Lewis, we've reached the point in the Nudie Cuties where they're trying to get meta and be about characters who go see them and try making one. Truly Lucky Pierre inspired a generation of filmmakers as they're, decorating the old Cinema Snob room.
I don't know when I've seen such lousy acting or more phony scenery.
Yeah. But the color was good, though.
I'm sorry, did this movie invent internet reviews? This is jarring. Like if they had no shoes on, I'd think the Cinema Snob did exist in a previous life.
How about that science fiction epic where the guys take off for the planet Mars, and when they get there, they find all those girls with nothing on?
Is it sad that I know that they're talking about nude on the moon? Look at this, they're even turning into a Cinema Snob movie where the two friends decide to make their own exploitation film. Hey, there's no need to take the suitcase camera up that high, just hide it in some bushes. You're actually being very obvious secretly filming the naked ladies from way up there. Ah, the perils of independent filmmaking.
Girl, hold that. This will be a good shot. Okay, get this, Smirch. You ready? Roll it.
I'm about to film now. We gotta close the camera.
Oh.
Who cares if they were to fall in the water? I'm sure the footage is just for their private collection anyway. It's intense when something is shot in sleazy casting couch vision. He'll use our erections as boom mics.
All right, be careful. Look out, Francine. There goes the swimsuit. She slipped out. Hang on, girl. That's it.
So I'm guessing they're shooting without sound and without picture too.
Oh, that's a lens cap.
What's it for?
It keeps the light out of the camera. Oh. Where'd you find it?
Over the lens.
Damn, and right when his hard-on just popped. While that movie may be stupid, the next film, Call Me Buana, implies that there may be some mishaps in this shoot too. Look at this poster. Don't you hate it when you're shot repeatedly in the ass while planking on top of a hippo? The hell? How did this even happen? What's the context of this scenario? And ha with that pun. In it, Bob Hope is a man who pretends to be an expert on Africa and is then sent there to retrieve a moon capsule that crashes. This is actually the tone I was expecting from a title like The Ugly American, but this actually does have an interesting backstory. It was one of the only non-James Bond films from Eon Productions, as the idea was to originally have one Bond film and one non-Bond film a year. Call Me Buana is even referenced in The Years from Russia with Love. Harry Saltzman wanted this to be a Bob Hope movie and laughed at the suggestion that it should be a Beatles movie considering their rising popularity, but in not realizing their popularity with young people, he went with Hope instead. Maybe that also explains the dig at the Beatles in Goldfinger. It didn't bomb really, but came and went and would be the only non-Bond Eon film until 2014. But to get back to Arch Sr. for a minute, you know something is gonna go full-on Arch when he is on camera introing the movie.
I am Nicholas Merriweather, executive producer of a new motion picture I dare you to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean Nicholas Merriweather. I know you're Arch Hall Sr. He's telling us about movie making too.
This equipment operated for 165 days, creating a new kind of realism.
Yeah, whatever, Bub. Just let us rent it out so we can film some titty. They did really know how to sell an exploitation flick back then.
The Sadist. A human volcano of unpredictable terror.
So not a screwball rom-com then. Joking aside, The Sadist, directed by James Landis, really is one of my favorite films of '63, and one of my favorite instances of an actor going wildly against type, too. Known for his B-movie teen idol persona, here Archibald Jr. leaves the singing behind to play a fictitious version of serial killer Charles Starkweather, who traps a group of teachers in a junkyard when their car breaks down. His performance is so freakishly bizarre and almost inhuman that it completely works as the suspense grows and grows to where it just erupts at the end. What makes it an even better double feature with something like Iga is his underage partner is played by Marilyn Manning, his love interest from Iga. Arch didn't have a long career in movies, but it is cool he at least got to do something like this, where not only could he show off some versatility, but in a thriller that's extremely well shot, too, as it was filmed by Vilmos Zsigmond, future Oscar winner for Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's the kind of film where you're on edge like the characters, almost screaming in rage right along with them. There's been plenty of films based on this crime spree, like Terrence Malick's Badlands, for instance, but this is the one that I go back to the most. And somewhere Rue McClanahan is also in the junkyard listening to all this go down. And while the previous Bob Hope movie may not have been a huge hit with critics, this one is sure to be the bigger crowd pleaser. It's literally called Critics' Choice, and it reunited Bob Hope and Lucille Ball in their last of 4 movies together. And for some reason introduces itself like a Hitchcock film.
This is where it happened. The most talked about crime in Hollywood's history.
Crap, it's where the script for A Talking Cat was written. Sadly, Arch couldn't intro this either, because the stars will do it.
If you're suggesting that either Mr. Hope or I could possibly be guilty of trying to steal the scene, you're being perfectly ridiculous.
It better be, or Gangster Sellers will team up with the cops again. It isn't a bad intro, really, as I'm wondering how many takes they did for it. You dropped the baseball again, Bob. Or if she stumbles over her lines.
Now, how would you describe the part I play, Lucy?
Creamy? So Bob Hope stars as a theater critic, injuring himself in his downtime and critiquing wacky double entendres.
I'll see you in a couple of minutes, Angie. We'll have another whack at it.
Don't worry, it's okay, dear. He was talking about sex. Actresses are throwing themselves at this critic to get a good review, but the awkwardness comes in when his wife writes a play which drives him hysterical. He doesn't know if it's good or if he'll have to give it a bad review that destroys his marriage. Or, I don't know, just don't review it because it's a conflict of interest. Anyway, it wasn't a hit with critics. That's why I'm waiting to hear what my new favorite internet critics think of it first. That is, before they go back to their roots of only reviewing horror films. Try to make it less obvious when you poison me, movie. We have a fine mixture here. Part The Blob, part Thing from Another World, part insert alien invasion movie here.
The day of the Triffids, when terror rained from the sky.
Hey, you British can handle this on your own. We've still got Martians turning people to ash over here. It's not scary enough that a meteor shower left most of us blind, but...
The day of the Triffids, when the Earth orbits into a nightmare.
No, I finally had change for the bus. There was time now. It's even springing forth plant monsters, although this is the year where something would have caught fire regardless. Not to mention tomfoolery on a plane.
Is he blind too?
Hurry, send a signal to the captain by pinching the stewardess in the ass. That's how they did it back then. Day of the Triffids is quite an influential horror movie, which was given high marks for being an entertaining flick, and later brought us comparisons to M. Night Shyamalan's The Happening. I'm just saying, if Wahlberg actually did run into a man in a giant plant costume, that would have made that movie far more believable. Hell, throw in a party or two!
The day of the Triffids, when law and order are overwhelmed in an avalanche of terror.
Woo! We're doing the avalanche of terror, people! If she shakes her hips harder, the monster will go away. That's what every Bertie Gordon movie taught me. You know what appears to be making a comeback, though? Throughout 60 and 61, we got a number of gangster movies, sometimes featuring the same characters crossing over, but in 62, that genre went away for a bit. That is until 1963, where I'm noticing movies featuring gangsters are coming back as comedies, hence this Danny Kaye film.
The Fabulous Adventures of Ernie Clank, the most explosive character that ever swept across a movie screen.
Anyway, he's dead now. Short comeback, I guess the movie's over. Danny is a man who works at a diners club. Don't believe me? It's called The Man from the Diners Club. There's so much panic going on, I'm concerned the Triffids are striking here too. Only instead of blindness, it makes them horny.
Ernie, this isn't any ordinary file.
Granted,
it's a gorgeous, complicated brain. And nobody plays with it but Mama.
What? I don't want to have sex with the machine. I just want to use it for Chaplin-esque slapstick. Why are you hiring this man? He can't even focus on the plot! Which is about a man who has to get a credit card back when he issues it to a gangster, so family-friendly nudes on credit with a dash of Europe in the raw?
Barbaric marriage rituals, as Clank sets a new record for runaway bridegroom.
Honey, I can't stop killing with my shtick. I don't want to put you in danger. Not to mention the possibility of 1960s adultery.
Curious courtship customs, as Clank is almost caught red-handed with a redhead.
You don't mind if I stuff you in the garbage chute for a minute, do you? At least I'm letting you live. It's by far and away selling it on Danny Kaye's comedic talents, and not so much on the plot. You can tell the director Frank Tashlin also made some Jerry Lewis films before this, but goddamn Danny Kaye is awesome. If you simply show me him being funny, I'll show up for that. Even Kojak wants to keep this man on the streets for the hilarity. But still, this Diners Club is a little messy. Let's go somewhere more sophisticated, like Waffle House. You ain't gonna get off so easy in the next film, where not only is someone going to court, but it's a gimmick film too.
In the picture, Free, White, and 21, you, the audience, will be the jury.
Excellent. A movie that promises to be as fun as reporting for jury duty. This is called Free, White, and 21. Now let's meet the witness.
Greta May Hansen is free, white, and 21. She is the state's main witness against Ernie Jones.
And if you don't mind, spin around a little so the jury can hear you from all sides. And no, it's not just a simple little quarrel like you'd see on Judge Judy.
If Greta May consented to the relationship, then Ernie Jones is not guilty. If, however, though she is free, white, and 21, she did not consent.
The jury asks that we look at the first photo again, Your Honor. Far less disturbing. Finally, a movie that's To Kill a Mockingbird meets the William Castle-like gimmicks of Mr. Sardonicus. Directed by Larry Buchanan, it's about a black man accused of rape and is based on a true story about a controversial case involving DJ Tony Davis, who was later executed, making it a dark source for a gimmick movie in which it's the audience who decides guilt or innocence, though the real Tony Davis did help with the film. Kinda forgotten today, it was a moneymaker back then given its very small budget, so the director was hired to make a follow-up film, Underage, featuring some of the same characters like the judge. The next film would save its courtroom drama for after the film was released. This is the experimental film Flaming Creatures from Jack Smith, which features vignettes starring drag performers of the time, and it's very bold look at sexuality mixed with a dreamlike presentation led to it being banned in several places, and there were even obscenity charges against a projectionist and organizer after a New York screening in 1964, making it a very prominent film in early battles against movie censorship. But what about you, audience? Are you as turned on as I am? Coming up next, the Charlton Heston epic 55 Days at Peking. Oh, welcome change after all of the 60s movies that could have been called 55 Days of Peking.
Harvey, want anything special for your birthday?
Just a decent cup of coffee.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
It's pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee. You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plates. Well, see you later.
We've got a lot to cover here in May of '63, people, but first, I guess we should mention some movies from other countries that got their May of '63 way early. After Dr. No's UK release in '62, we here in the States finally got to experience this cultural phenomenon. I bet that means we get 2 Bond films this year, with From Russia with Love being a '63 release. Oh wait, we also get that one a year later in '64. We'll still talk about that one later on in the video though. But if you can only afford some drive-in tickets, 1963 also saw the American releases of foreign exploitation films like Fury of the Pagans, Goliath Against the Giants, Atlas Against the Cyclops, and Gladiators of Rome. I'm sure they're all totally distinguishable from each other. But we've got our own American movies right here. Yes, I will buy a ticket to the sinister, secret world of the Black Zoo. Who stars in this?
Starring Michael Goff, Gene Cooper, Rod Lauren, Virginia Gray.
Ah, our finest black actors of the '60s. Careful with that arm. This looks like a set that's as intense as the making of Roar.
I brought you here because we'll have to face a problem.
Look, Master Wayne, I know you have a fascination with cats after your hot nights with Selena Kyle, but this is going too far. Just kidding, he's decided to worship the big cats as part of a cult.
Their master, a man more animal than human.
I'm part whooping crane. Seriously, Michael Goff ain't taking no shit in this one.
You jump and needle me like a dandy!
Close, you can't stand!
Hey, she got off easy. If you betray the cult, you get the death penalty by being sent in with a lion. Which, Christ, is this really happening? Was Elisha Cook late on set that day? We've seen so many slaps in the '60s, but this is the first one with an animal slap. Well, at least that was just a guy in a costume. Has anyone seen half of our crew? We keep finding bones everywhere. I'll still take a ticket though. The Black Zoo has half-off Sundays. And thus we go from the Black Zoo to the Drums of Africa. They may be more distinguishable from the Gladiator movies we talked about, but both have titles that sound like they'd be a Herschel Gordon Lewis sex film. In this one, a man is sent to Africa to make sure a railroad gets underway, but then gets a little distracted when he has to save the lovely Ruth from slave traders who have kidnapped her. As you do. Now that I think about it, this movie does sound like kind of a bridge film between Black Zoo and the railroad story of the Ghost in the Darkness. How about something with good family values that put the Holy Spirit in your ass instead of taking a bite out of it?
We're the Spencers. 3 generations of it. Big family. So big we got a mountain named for us.
Well, aren't you special? This here is Spencer's Mountain, featuring the very close Spencer family.
Anything you want to tell your old man? Like what, Pop?
I'm 30 now. I can bathe myself. This picture will fill you up faster than the Colonel's family bucket deals.
As hearty as their heaping country breakfasts. Rugged as their old grandpa.
Gee, I wonder why the rest of the town is starving. You're hogging the town's resources. Directed by Delmer Daves, I'm surprised it isn't Troy Donahue as the son, given that Daves directed Troy in '61's Susan Slade and '62's Rome Adventure. Seriously, I could see Troy doing most of these things.
You shouldn't have come up here. You could fall through and break your neck.
It is a long way down.
It sure is. How in Sam hell did you get up here? He gets confused by things a lot.
Well, why'd you come up here in the first place?
So we could do this.
Do what? Can you give me some better signals? Based on a 1961 book by Earl Hamner Jr., this assembled a notable cast including Henry Fonda and Maureen O'Hara, with a family that sticks together and makes sure the land is in good hands. They got God on their side.
Martha, go back!
Success! They have the official Griswold family Christmas tree! And while not talked about a lot today, the movie did have a lot of influence, as both the movie and the book were the primary sources for the Waltons television series. We all remember John Boy losing a foot of height from being pounded in the head by a tree. We've already met the sadist with its sinister trailer eyes, but now we have the maniac with its sinister trailer eyes.
This is the story of an afternoon when the sun burned down and scorched the earth.
I told you, get out of here, Mars! I'm guessing this maniac will have significantly less hooker scalpings than the Joe Spinell maniac, but only slightly. Still a great poster, though. Wait, what? Pedro Pascal really is in everything. Oh, and it's an affair movie, too, with a dash of Lolita, as a man shacks up with the wife of the maniac, but also has an eye on her teen stepdaughter, too. There's a lot of drama here, even before the maniac comes into it, who our hero helps spring from an asylum.
But I'm supposed to be mad, so I must behave like a madman.
Damn it, why the hell did I let him out? No mother-daughter love triangle is worth a blowtorch. It's simple, just don't hang out near random ledges when the maniac is around. And if you see him with a torch, don't help him weld. CinemaScope isn't big enough to contain his madness. We need the Megascope. That's just a regular maniac, though. At least he's not something more dangerous like a paranoiac. I know that title may look good on paper, but it doesn't really roll off the tongue. Let's see what the dictionary says.
The dictionary says, paranoia, mental disease.
It's a 60s horror movie. I'm well versed on medical terms like maniac, psycho, and homicidal. Just tell me what a paranoiac is.
One who suffers from delusions of fame.
That's nothing a carton of cigarettes a day can't cure. We've met the Spencers, but now we meet the Ashby family. Practically the same film. Both have to do with inheritance, only more paranoid.
There's nothing with me, man! Get it! Get it!
See, you cast Oliver Reed in the film, and he's gonna down a bottle of Jack and get that inheritance money one way or another. Hell, one man shows up who they thought was dead. Just leave it to the slasher killer. He wants it the most. He'll keep the family secrets.
A secret too horrifying to share.
She just cut to the chase and got to the obligatory movie trailer fire. And I didn't think I'd see someone clumsier than Ledge Girl here. She's got nothing on. Oops, my bad. I didn't realize I was backing up into a cliff. Hell, I'm sold. This was made to have crazy Oliver Reed all over the advertising. We've seen enough of the British. How about we take some time to look at the south of the border in the raw?
Here against the boisterous background of the most exciting and unrepentant of all border towns.
I want to be tag-teamed by 3 mariachi. Can you make it happen? Actually, this isn't really a movie like that. It's a comedy called Dime with a Halo about a group of kids who know how to swindle folks on the streets.
But rugged individualists when it comes to making a fast peso.
Swiss watches, mister. Gold.
Honey, the Mexican little rascals stole my watch again. After the boys steal a dime from the church box, they use it to place a bet and win enough money to get all the ladies.
That's your sister? What's she doing in the club?
She works there.
How'd you like me to be your brother-in-law? And she's a stripper? Even better.
Why don't you work there?
Well, you have to be 21 before you can work in a nightclub.
Just so we're clear, how old are you? After winning $81,000, everyone wants a piece of their money. When there's this kind of shadow on the face, someone's gonna kill for some money.
Youngsters driven by impulses they don't understand. Adults who try to exploit them.
I heard someone had 81 grand. I'm on my way. That money is mine. This won't be so lighthearted when Oliver Reed comes pulling up. You know who can improve this church? Peter Sellers. We can't have a month without another Sellers movie, and this time it's the religious satire Heavens Above, directed by John and Ray Bolting, where Sellers is a vicar accidentally sent to the wrong parish, and his methods offend the very traditional churchgoers in the town. I remember seeing this as a kid and thinking it was one of the driest comedies I'd seen at the time. Oh yeah, and I also remember it incorporates outer space in the climax too. Just send him to Peking. That's where most of the budget this month went.
This is the forbidden city of Peking.
The small town where I'm from is bigger than that. Oh wait, our town wall wasn't this big, and a boxer uprising just meant we had too many drinks after our weekend sparring sessions. Good lord, people are getting thrown off more bridges than the Italian epics. We're just starting out with the trailer fire here. They're shooting anything that moves.
Who battled the armies of an empress while the world looked on and held its breath.
Can I breathe now? They stopped shooting? Well, if we've got the budget of El Cid, let's get Heston in here too.
55 Days at Peking. Starring Charlton Heston.
Also featuring someone's now severed head. Still, we should make it more Britishy.
I admire Sir Arthur. He always gives me the feeling that God must be an Englishman.
Oh, everyone knows God is an old Jewish man. Same with everyone else here. Sorta.
Liu Gen, the wise counselor General Yung Lu. Robert Helpman, the wily Prince Tuan.
Yes, the most recognizable Chinese man since Christopher Lee. Who knew the boxer uprising of 1900 had such sex appeal?
I would like to be present when he finds out what you are.
What was she really like?
I'm an introvert. You can see the budget on display here. This seemed like a recipe for success, especially with Heston leading the way. There's more trailer fire, more explosions, monster movie-like destruction. But while it wasn't a loss, really, it did only break even at the box office, despite some really beautiful camera work that would look pretty awesome on the big screen. I'm glad we're getting rid of the dictionary definitions, though, and going back to sophisticated gentlemen introing the trailer for us. Like how we now have Edgar Lustgarten introing the trailer for Mindbenders, Rated X.
It's so truly adult, so unusual, and so exciting. It would be spoiling things for you to show any of the scenes in advance.
Someone's gonna turn into a dog and watch a girl take her bra off. It ain't that kind of X, though. Maybe that's why they actually did release it on a double feature with Operation Bikini. Show us some clips. We want to see the sex happen.
We are going to let you witness a terrifying experiment in human endurance.
Watch me fillet myself underwater. This is a Cold War thriller that says it's a real breakthrough in the field of suspense. But why do they both look bored watching it? It stars Dirk Bogarde and is about the study and effects of brainwashing and how it can destroy their marriage.
His wife, a woman afraid. But afraid of what?
Honey, you have steak breath again. Seriously, that's how they know the experiments have succeeded, if he dumps his wife.
Two men doing their job. Bending a man's mind and breaking a man's heart.
Guys, can't you just get him to cluck like a chicken or something?
What the hell have you made me do?
You know I'm a hopeless romantic. This goes against all my principles. I like this narrator, though.
What happens when you consciously bend a man's mind and warp it forever, maybe?
Oh, there was a maybe. He's leaving the window open for this marriage to work out. Is it a love story or is it terrifying? Why can't it be both? I can't even tell if she's happy or sad. It's truly bent my mind in confusion. One thing I am not confused about is that HUD's a bastard. Barbed wire, that just means his soul can't escape, and there's multiples of him too. Each one mean, magnificent, alone, and arrogant. Okay, but those dreamy blue Paul Newman eyes say he's still a catch. This is the story of a complex character known as HUD and his battle to be the ultimate model for Marlboro cigarettes. Not only are we learning about HUD too, but also the people who know him. Yes, I don't care about your story. Just tell me all about HUD.
You live just for yourself, and that makes you not fit to live with.
We are gonna draw a line in the middle of the room, and you are gonna stay on your half. And Brandon knows HUD too.
It's her he's bothering.
Must be the way you move around inside that dress.
All right, smart guy, I'll take you instead.
Oh, I don't want to be hoggish. Lion, you want a piece of it?
Lionel, you put on the dress too and tell him what I mean. In one of the year's most acclaimed films, HUD comes from director Martin Ritt and is based on the 1961 Larry McMurtry novel, and yes, it may be another rancher movie about a family conflict, with this one being that Pa has to put up with drunken son coming down with a strong case of cold-blooded bastard. But it's an interesting movie in that it wasn't the HUD character that was the main character in the script or the source material, but he was elevated up to lead to give it a much bleaker tone, and also a revisionist movie in taking what would be a run-of-the-mill Western melodrama and putting it in the eyes of a self-centered cheat against his more principled father. See, if this were Spencer's Mountain, they would have settled it with a reading of the Gospel of John and a game of Catan. If there's any other questions, the next movie will take them.
The question mark. A symbol of inquiry, wonder, bafflement.
And also a sign that Batman is about to have a shitty day. And it's getting worse. There may be a Terminator after him. This is the list of Adrian Messenger with a mystery that goes all the way to the top. Which should have taken the stairs. The movie is director John Huston getting in on the movie gimmick game. In it, George C. Scott investigates a list provided to him by a writer, which contains the names of people who seem to be dying accidental deaths, but the explosions say that there could be murder involved and a femme fatale.
The language of the cards. Was it romantic or sinister?
No, she's a more obvious cheat than HUD. The gimmick comes in that the movie had a lot of notable guest stars hidden under makeup, and you wouldn't know who they were until they were unmasked at the end. If Free White and 21 was Harper Lee's Mr. Sardonicus, then this is John Huston's The Masked Singer.
And when you find out, please do not reveal the secret to your friends.
Are you kidding? I'm telling everybody. I just saw a movie with the G. Gordon Liddy, Lindsey Graham, and the top of Ruth Gordon's head. So the guest stars were actually Tony Curtis, Robert Mitchum, Burt Lancaster, and Frank Sinatra. Kinda, sorta. Burt Lancaster and Frank were only at the end, and their characters earlier were doubles. Oh, and naming the actors isn't a spoiler. The trailer does it for you.
Part of the mystery will be to identify Tony Curtis, Kirk Douglas.
Whatever you do, don't tell your friends about the secret actors who I just flat out gave away. Hello, I'm director Neil Jordan. When you see The Crying Game, don't give away the penis. And Bert is confident about this too.
I warn you, it won't be easy. In fact, I'll make you a bet that you'll guess wrong.
Okay, you're as good a gambler as this person. Might as well see something else now. How about the checkered flag? Don't give away the twist. It has car racing in it, and a checkered flag. Ah, you ruined it! This is another noir thriller where a woman wants to hire a car racer to kill her husband. No need for any explosions in the trailer. They put it on the poster and warn that it happens every minute. It was the first film for writer-director William Greff, known for a lot of LSD-sploitation movies in the 60s and 70s, like The Hooked Generation and The Psychedelic Priest, but lest you forget his entry in the MST3K biker trilogy Wild Rebels. Where's Arch Sr.'s narration when you need it? Speaking of bikers, say the magic word and there's Peter Fonda right there, obviously portraying the role of a blow-up doll that Sandra Dee is bringing to life. Yep, it's the third Tammy movie. You seem full of yourself. Tammy is going from the deep south to trying her hand at medicine. Applying for a stewardess was already filled up, and who wants that much scotch breathed in your face that high up? You can get drunkenly hit on the ground.
Tammy, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Don't date any interns.
Interns? I'm here to settle down with a doctor. What are you here for? That's right, Tammy is fixing teeth, delivering babies, and calming down the mental patients.
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Change my nightgown.
Get in here, Jack Palance. I need rescued too. Surely Tammy will find the man of her dreams here.
Co-starring Peter Fonda, the young doctor who couldn't find a cure in the books for his kind of heart trouble.
Have you tried taking a beta blocker and cutting out the nightly steaks? Finally, we have a movie that asks to cut out the touching.
Now how come he busted into such a swivet?
You shouldn't have touched him.
I've been touched 24 times since my shift started 30 minutes ago. And she's just confusing the patients, too.
Oh, please, ma'am, you know the only thing I want is for you to get better.
What's this southern accent? It sounds like she's from the south, but goes by Dame Tammy. And please don't kiss me like that. You're giving off major schoolgirl first kiss vibes, and I don't want to be arrested so soon after getting my license. That's where the B-movie version, Police Nurse, would come in. Coming up next, no more teasing and no more knockoffs. We'll finally be getting the most hyped up movie of 1963, the epic to end all epics, Cleopatra, and also Donovan's Reef.
Hey, great coffee.
It's instant Folgers. Doesn't it taste good as fresh perked?
Better.
Better than those girls make at the office?
Honey, their coffee can't hold a candle to yours.
July of 1963 is here with the film that audiences have been craving for years. Yes, the sequel to Old Yeller. That's right, Walt Disney's Savage Sam, the movie that decades later would cause people to say, there was a sequel to Old Yeller? Is it about Zombie Yeller? No, Tommy Kirk and Kevin Corcoran simply have another dog. And it goes for a more action-y Western plot, where the kids are kidnapped by Apaches. Plus, it had the director of another Disney dog movie, Norman Tokar, who did Big Red the previous year. Savage Sam did come from a book, though. After the success of Old Yeller, author Fred Gibson did write a sequel book in 1962, the year that this was filmed, so this went into production fast. Gibson even co-wrote the script and did it while drunk. Not a hit with critics, the movie underperformed, was largely forgotten, but hey, at least the dog lives at the end. That's because only Jerry Lewis has the right concoction for a hit.
Well, we're just about ready, Jennifer. You might be ready, Julius.
Excellent. Roger Corman's adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Haunted Palace. Oh, it's the Nutty Professor. Wait, am I supposed to give that away? Don't reveal the middle. Is Burt Lancaster gonna come back and spoil it? Who cares? There's an explosion in the trailer. Just do what the narrator says.
We don't care if you blab about the beginning of this picture, but we do care if you reveal the middle.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Urinate in my popcorn? The usher already does that. Wait, is that what you're gonna do?
In fact, Jerry Lewis urges you to see this picture from the beginning on penalty of losing your popcorn privileges.
Fine, I'll sneak in some Chex Mix. Directed by and co-written by Jerry, here he plays Professor Frink, Julius Kelp, who, wait, don't spoil it now.
One sip and he turns into... that would be telling. And even those who know aren't telling.
That's a look that says I am pissing in your popcorn right in front of you. Don't say a word. We already know what kind of monster he becomes. This month literally has the movie Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory. Are you even listening?
Professor? Professor!
Hoo-hoo, the professor is dying to bump off Jerry Van Dyke and take Stella bowling. There's only room for one Jerry in your life. One of the defining movies of Jerry Lewis's career, with a good marketing campaign too, honestly. It paid off and was a huge hit where audiences got to see handsome Jerry as Buddy Love. Yes, but does he fart at the table with the rest of his wacky family? Wait, oh shit, did he also turn into Frank Sinatra? Jerry didn't need to poison himself to become a ladies' man. All he had to do was contact his nearest Sinatra, as Come Blow Your Horn, based on the play by Neil Simon with a script by Norman Lear, has Frank trying to one-up Bob Hope's number with the ladies and teaching his younger brother how to flirt.
I expect the young lady up here in a few minutes.
Look, if you want me to be out of the place or something, you just say the word and I'll go out to a movie.
Don't you dare spoil the middle for me. And the narrator is getting raunchier this year.
And when Sinatra starts swinging, the girls don't know whether they're coming or going.
Sorry, I often mistake whether you're having an orgasm or walking out the door. I assume there's affairs here too? Or some guy is just punching everyone on Adrian Messenger's list. The laughs better be good. It's daring me not to laugh.
What's that?
Mashed potatoes and peas. They come with the steak.
Steaks for my eye. What am I going to do with that?
For all I care, you can stick it in your ear. Comes with the order.
What the hell? Get Grover and the blue guy in here to punch this up. Still, Frank is so smooth, I've gotten laid twice just talking about the trailer. And you know a movie is gonna be wacky when it has animated opening credits, but what about when a whole 2/3 of the trailer is animated? Like you're about to watch a cartoon, only it isn't. Wait, hold up. The hell is going on here? If I saw this, I'd think Russ Meyer was trying out cartoons for a change. I wouldn't think that it's a movie that reunited director Billy Wilder with stars Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine after The Apartment. Actually, a farcical sex comedy. Okay, this makes sense now. This seems like a natural follow-up for this team. At one point, it was even going to be a reteaming of Jack Lemmon and Marilyn Monroe after Some Like It Hot. Here, Lemmon is a former cop who falls in love with a prostitute, but doesn't want her working the streets anymore, so he hatches a plan to disguise himself as an English lord, so he'll be the only client she needs. That's a lot of effort to get out of putting money on the dresser. I swear, baby, I'm royalty. Look at the gold on my Burger King crown. While not referenced as much nowadays compared to The Apartment, this was still a big hit, as it was one of the top 10 highest grossing movies of the year, got Oscar nods for Best Actress and Best Cinematography, and it really is a fun little French farce, with points for its sex appeal and the chemistry of the leads, with the only big criticism being its 2.5-hour runtime. And I'm picking up on some zaniness in the next one too.
Camelot!
Or I'm just taking the bait for a Monty Python and the Holy Grail reference. What do I even say about this when it's teeing me up for more references?
Time when the heart had to be as strong as the hand.
That is clearly more than a flesh wound. This is Lancelot and Guinevere, which was a big vehicle for Cornel Wilde, who stars as Lancelot and also directed the film, but with battle scenes that look like he just filmed his LARPing session. I think they're getting lost on the way to their ships at medieval times. I'm just saying, even the Italian epics go all out, whereas here, if I pan over, well, there's a nice trail where I can ride my bike. Now, if it's epic you want, and a runtime that makes Irma la Douce look like a short film, we're finally at the biggest film of 1963, with a trailer that embraces the behind-the-scenes controversies. Yes, Cleopatra kicks her daughter out of the house because mommy's come home.
Elizabeth Taylor as Cleopatra, Siren of the Nile.
But not changing her clothes after reading off the Oscar nominees. Who knew that Egyptians were so proper and British?
In attaining her objectives, Cleopatra has been known to employ torture and even her own sexual talents, which are said to be considerable.
But you'll have to wait for Caligula to see anything like that. Don't know if Cleopatra is gonna put her fist up Mark Antony's ass. Naturally, this has some better battles than the Lancelot movie. Excellent strategy. Just plow into them like they're bowling pins. I actually like this movie a lot, but I mean, I love these big costume flicks like this, and this is one that stands out for very unique reasons. It's in a category of its own, in that this was the #1 movie of the year, topping the box office list, and while it divided critics, it won 4 Oscars and was nominated for Best Picture. But because of skyrocketing costs that included a lot of reshoots, making it the most expensive movie ever made at the time, it actually lost a lot of money upon release. It's like if Heaven's Gate was simultaneously a bomb, but an Oscar-winning movie that stayed at #1 for over 12 weeks. A lot of the headlines, too, were less about the movie and more about the scandal with the on-set affair between Taylor and Richard Burton.
Forget? How? I can never be more far away from you than this.
They're totally banging, bro. Don't forget Rex Harrison once in on this action, too.
Am I to understand, then, that you feel free to do with me whatever you want?
Yes?
This feels like a trap. Not even Mark Antony is spared from her humiliation tactics.
I asked it of Julius Caesar. I demand it of you.
Hey, you believe this shit? As hot as Cleopatra is, maybe work on the pillow talk.
My breasts are filled with love and life.
Okay, that may work when you're hitting on the local milkman. The movie also faced director replacements, and there was a lot of tension between director Joseph Mankiewicz and Fox president Daryl Zanuck. Its underperformance even hurt the director's career, who would then do some smaller projects later after this one took up a couple of years of his life. But you better believe this trailer ends with fire. We've got the budget to take the fire out to sea. The smaller movies won't have that kind of stress, though. If you want nudie Rex Harrison, there's also 1963's My Bear Lady, Rex Harrison not included. And who needs the affairs of Caesar when we have the sexual chemistry of King Kong and Godzilla? Even this trailer is spelling it out that we gotta see this shit with cheaper ticket prices. Let's meet our fighters.
King Kong, invincible gorilla god of a jungle paradise, destroyer of cities.
Hey, that's my office. Save it for the lizard.
Indestructible behemoth from prehistoric time, released from an icy tomb.
Yeah, go ahead. Fire at me. You're just warming me up. I've been frozen for years. This is the 1963 American release of King Kong vs. Godzilla, a re-edit from the original where it added scenes, reworked the script, and gave it an Americanized score. As long as you keep in the fire, we're still good. Or the amazing balloon plan. Another Americanized release, which added stuff to the soundtrack, was Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory, which we mentioned earlier. This was a 1961 Italian film that upon release here was given the song Ghoul in the School. Yes, that's what was missing from the original version. You know what? I'm taking back my sarcasm. That kickin' tune is a good choice. This promises a scream a minute. That sounds obnoxious. Best keep in the horniness too, as they love playing doctor.
But tell me, Professor, have you ever experimented on yourself?
Yes, damn it. I didn't turn into Buddy Love. I turned into this. I actually did a Cinema Snob episode on this years ago when I did something called Public Domain Month so I could put some episodes on a DVD. And that's really all I remember about it. This is in the category of snob episode where I remember nothing about the movie, except the cool title card. I guess that means I do not have nerves of iron like the trailer says. That seems poisonous. And hey, a movie where I do remember the theme song is Donovan's Reef. You don't need swords for this when you got Big John Wayne. I was gonna say fists, but maybe his dick? Not even 30 seconds in and you know there will be drunken punches when Duke and Lee Marvin are together.
Randy, I don't. Sorry.
You could have a whole movie of these two fighting in a bar and it would be my favorite thing ever. From John Ford, it could almost be a double feature with Bye Bye Birdie. Like it's another that could have had Elvis in it, but doesn't. Though this is one that's in the John Wayne spanking movie category. Love that that's a genre. Oh, and it's also a movie about wanting to get inheritance money, this time involving a Hawaiian company, and...
Until a strange new temptress arrives with a forbidding New England exterior that hides something that John Wayne has never seen before.
I'm John Wayne. I assure you I've seen breasts. I think he's also after something more than money. Can't wait for the follow-up, John Wayne in a girl's dormitory. I haven't seen this in a long time, but it is one I would watch a lot when I was a kid. To where, I wasn't kidding, I do still remember the theme. Of his comedies, it was this and McClintock I grew up with the most. Another one we'll get to later. And this is a movie where even the director said he didn't want to do anything deep, just have some fun while making a movie in Hawaii. And you can tell that that's what they did, if it even remembered it the next morning after their hangover. So many movies about girl hunting though, there should be one actually called that. The hell? Have I become more powerful with these videos? I wish they would bring back trailers that show the book. We haven't seen that this year.
Now Mickey Spillane's hard-fighting, hard-loving private eye, Mike Hammer.
Shit, they're catching up. Why show one book when you can show several? I gotta start making more wishes. I wish for a bigger house! While I'm waiting for that to come true, this is one of the Mike Hammer movies based on the book series by Mickey Spillane about the hard-drinking private detective who has been played by many actors over the years, but who is gonna play him this time?
Played as only one man could play him, the man who created him, Mickey Spillane.
I mean, hey, why not? Who knows Mike Hammer more than the author? It's one of the rare cases where the author stars as the pulp hero he created, next to Stephen King's turn as Carrie, of course. What case is he solving this time? $10 says poor Shirley Eaton got painted all gold again. If Shirley's in a bikini, odd job is waiting nearby. It'd be the only time that Spillane would play the character, as they did originally want to make a sequel, but that never happened, though there'd still be far more adaptations of the Hammer books over the years, with the one I'm most familiar with being 1982's I, the Jury, where Armand Assante was a great choice for the role. Spillane, however, got mixed reviews for his acting abilities, but that bit of stunt casting does make it a curious watch. Hell, not only could Donovan's Reef have been called The Girl Hunters 2, it could have been called The Island of Love. Of course, that's the name of the next one. Alright, we want to hunt this girl, but take the floaty. We want to be comfortable when doing it. We're sticking out, aren't we? This was director Morton DaCosta and star Robert Preston's follow-up to their big hit The Music Man, where here Preston is another con man, this time trying to strike it rich in the entertainment industry by selling a fake script to a producer who is also a mobster. Almost like it planted the seeds of what would become The Producers, but like this year's Critics' Choice, it was another comedy revolving around show business that didn't make any critics' top 10 lists. But Cleopatra wouldn't be the only movie this year that was affected by the movie Cleopatra. That's a weird sentence. Here we have The Yellow Canary, a movie that looks at I Could Go On Singing and My Six Loves and says, we're doing a movie about a singer and a kid, but we're making it a thriller, where here Pat Boone is an entertainer who searches for his kidnapped child. I'm just gonna blame Jack Klugman again. He was also in the Garland movie. I wish he was playing the same character here to tie the two movies together. This was supposed to be a bigger budgeted movie, as it had a script from Rod Serling, but due to the huge budget of Cleopatra, the head of Fox was let go during that movie's production, so with Daryl Zanuck now in charge, they had to slash a lot of costs of other movies and shut down some productions. With The Yellow Canary, a majority of the budget went to the fees of Boone and Serling, leaving little for the actual movie. So it didn't leave much of a mark upon release, though there were critics who liked Pat Boone's turn in a much darker role. We can't all be a low-budget genius like Roger Corman. Oh hey, The Terror! I know this from every box set of public domain movies ever made. What a story behind this one. It seems like a simple enough horror film. Jack Nicholson is a French soldier, sure, who follows a mysterious woman to a castle, revealing the truth that it is not compose the haunted palace. And what a time they had making it too. Maybe as long of a production as Cleopatra. They only had Karloff for 2 days, so they got his scenes done quick, and the rest of it was kinda written around Karloff's scenes. Multiple directors handled different scenes if plots needed to be fleshed out, or more suspense sequences or exteriors. Coppola shot some footage, Monty Hellman did some shots, Jack Nicholson directed for a day, and Jack Hill did some finishing work on it, while Corman did the Karloff stuff and other reshoots. To save money, it was shot on the same sets as The Raven, but the bird doesn't talk in this one. He pushes you over the cliff in cold-blooded silence. It's more so known for the names attached to it than it is having good reviews, and the fact that a deal Karloff and Corman made led him to being in Peter Bogdanovich's acclaimed film targets. Maybe I should watch this again sometime. I'm sure I got 12 copies of it laying around somewhere amongst these sets. It's the next one, though, that'll bring back people transformed into birds.
Legions of warriors transformed into giant birds attacking a ship at sea.
I'm very impressed, but too bad you missed. Geez, 1963 is the year that birds are gonna flock together and attack Hollywood for all the defamation. From War of the Worlds director Byron Haskin, here's Sinbad must fight for his true love.
Guy Williams is Sinbad, challenging a mad dictator who holds the woman he loves.
Oh, that marriage didn't work out. The height difference was too big. Just go fight Godzilla. Here's my favorite part of the trailer, though.
Captain Sinbad in wonderscope and dazzling color.
Who needs sound anymore when you have the magic of Wonderscope? But enough of people just turning to ash. We want to see some skeletons. Why, yes, I am literally writing this section on Halloween. But back to June. You didn't need to tell me this was gonna be an epic adventure. The trailer for Jason and the Argonauts makes use of the epic movie font. We may not know what the plot will be, but if it has that kind of font, there will be costumes and there will be spectacular sets. Not to mention the effects that are still freaking impressive to this day. Same with the timeless story.
The classic story of an epic voyage that has been told and retold since the birth of Western civilization.
Yes, but will there be a nudist version? Sure, it may take some liberties with Greek mythology, but who cares? This movie's awesome. Damn right I want them to find the golden fleece.
Where will you find this miracle?
I have heard there is a tree at the end of the world, with a fleece of gold hanging in its branches.
Okay, we can't draw a map based on your opium hallucinations. But like Cleopatra, this has sex appeal too.
Todd Armstrong and Nancy Kovac portray the classic lovers.
Well, maybe we should just learn to like each other first. He's searching so hard for gold, he's even getting advice from Pussy galore. Shirley was busy and missed his call. Jason and the Argonauts is a true cult classic. It's a movie that had solid reviews upon release, but surprisingly was a box office disappointment at the time. Maybe due to competition with Cleopatra, who knows, but between its sheer entertainment value and the iconic Ray Harryhausen stop-motion animation, not only did it find its audience, but it would be downright influential on other films we've come to love over the years, such as Army of Darkness is an obvious example. It does stand out amongst the many films this year that end in trailer fires. Come for the fire, stay for the skeleton dance. The only thing to make that more epic was if it was one of those trailers that's also a featurette, like this one.
Warner Brothers, for 3 years, has been engaged in bringing to the screen one of the most important adventures ever filmed.
We've decided to go back to Bikini Island. Just saying, we need more clips of girls playing volleyball. Just kidding. PT-109 is another war picture where Cliff Robertson is back. Years before he inspired the world as Uncle Ben, he played John F. Kennedy with his equally as famous quote, "Ich bin ein Responsibility." Or I should just let the president speak for himself.
I suppose because we've always gone for the David and Goliath story that there's a special place in the memory of Americans for the PT.
He got JFK's voice down. Who knew that Kennedy sounded so much like Pat Boone? PT-109 was unique in that it was the first major motion picture where the lead character was based on the actual sitting president at the time, not to mention it came out only a mere 5 months before the assassination. The movie was about Kennedy's wartime experience, filled with wacky zaniness like JFK's life story is set in the universe of Donovan's Reef. Specifically, it deals with Kennedy commanding a PT boat, in which they ended up stranded on an island after being hit by a destroyer. If you're making a World War II movie about the president, you sure as hell better come with a good explosion budget. While Cliff Robertson may not even be attempting a Kennedy accent here, he is still cool in it. You just have to pretend like Kennedy was simply from California instead. And if you can't pick up that that's who Cliff is playing, relax, we'll put Kennedy right there on the poster. Why do I have the feeling that JFK would have skipped his own premiere and gone off to see the next film, The Stripper, instead? Totally understandable. This ain't one of the nudie movies, though. This is a drama starring Joanne Woodward as an actress who turns to stripping until she's abandoned by her thief boyfriend, leading her to try out other jobs while dealing with a teenager who has the hots for her. And speaking of Kennedy and Pat Boone, Boone was originally supposed to be part of this one, and so was Marilyn Monroe until Monroe died. And Boone said no because of the saucy material. He'd later try out his stripper moves in God's Not Dead 2. Hell, even the next film looks like it's using some leftover uniforms from PT-109. Now we've got a Rock Hudson war film called The Gathering of Eagles, sticking with the 1963 bird theme as well, I guess, and a touch of the Cold War too, as here Rock makes sure that all his planes are clear for nuclear readiness. You get any of that radiation on you, don't worry, we'll just hit the showers.
Well, sir, I used to be a pretty slow walker myself. I mean, you really had to build a fire under my tail to get me in a move.
Are we still talking about battle? Forget it. Tell Castro I'll shove a cigar down his throat when I'm done in the hot tub. Coming up next, Steve McQueen tries his hand at winning the war, and Herschel Gordon Lewis prepares a July 4th blood feast. Which one was up for the Golden Globe for Best Picture? Find out next.
Get that!
He did. I never beat Bill. Except once, in a toothpaste test.
More dentists recommend Crest than all other toothpastes combined. Remember, Crest reduces cavities.
Welcome to July, and I do mean July this time. In the biggest entry from the corrections department, I opened up the June section by calling it July. It gets very confusing writing these. Hell, I'm writing this in November, which is neither of those months. Also, did my wish come true about getting a bigger house? I knew it. I'm a god! But July is starting out with the best production logo yet. It was for the best that Leo the Lion was taken care of, before Michael Goff brainwashed him into killing people. And I'm very interested in the narration, too.
Minutes ago, these men were behind barbed wire.
Oof, it was rough traveling, Coach, back then. That's why you gotta take the motorcycle instead. Yes, it's one of the biggest hits of the year, The Great Escape.
This is a new camp. It has been built to hold you and your men.
If they put Colonel Klink in charge, there will be shenanigans at least. The movie reunited Steve McQueen, James Coburn, Charles Bronson, and director John Sturges after The Magnificent Seven, where here it's like, let's see if they can escape from a POW camp in World War II. Plus, it taught a whole generation how to play ball by yourself to pass the time. They've got the money from Cash McCall to help their mission, and Donald Pleasance has escaped from New York before, not to mention Bronson.
The Tunnel King. He dug 16 escape tunnels in 16 different prisons.
And that's just what Bronson does on his days off. As for the others,
he can make anything out of anything else and make it work.
Ooh, they have a dresser to store their clean socks now. one of the great wartime ensemble films of the decade, which elevated Steve McQueen from a popular actor in the early 60s to a downright iconic superstar. And yes, it's one where I saw the Simpsons episode first and later said, oh, that's what that was referencing. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be The Great Escape that had a person pitching the movie to you in front of the camera, but it's the exploitation film here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness some scenes from the next attraction to play this theater.
You're sweating. Are you being held hostage doing this? And that's actor William Kerwin, who was just in Boing, here making his movie review show more serious.
That if you are such a person, or the parent of a young or impressionable child now in attendance, that you and the child leave the auditorium.
Yes, the coward's corner awaits you and your kids. Herschel Gordon Lewis's Blood Feast, about a crazed caterer who uses female body parts as an offering to the goddess Ishtar, is often brought up as the first splatter film and was a very profitable movie of its kind. Shot in 4 days with a 24K budget, it was Herschel taking a break from the sexploitation movies and doing a gore film so influential it started a whole slew of these H.G. Lewis gore films, from this to 2000 Maniacs to The Gruesome Twosome, all of which earned him the nickname the Godfather of Gore, along with Lucio Fulci. And again, I am writing this around Thanksgiving, so the movie may be bloody, but it is about food, so it's still making me hungry. The next one, though, is also introed with a red background, but seems lighter. Oh God, who's gonna get fed to Ishtar this time? Hayley Mills is back in Walt Disney's Summer Magic, where she is finding love in the country. Or is she?
What you gonna do to me?
Right now, dance with you.
Why'd you say that sinister? What are you gonna do to her later? Here, Dorothy McGuire is a widow with a bunch of kids, and she's got her work cut out for her. Think less Savage Sam and more Beethoven. You better believe there's dog reaction shots. He's very scared and confused. Wait, I thought Burl Ives was a snowman. Though there's something I didn't think I'd see. I'm down for less dog reaction shots and more mantises playing the harmonica. This may be a musical, but I still think it's a horror film.
It's time for flittering, dusting off the trunk.
For instance, is he a possessed doll that's come to life? Summer Magic is one of the less talked about of the Hayley Mills Disney movies. It wasn't a bomb like a few other Disney flicks this year, but it had more of a mixed reaction than her hit The Parent Trap, despite the lovely duet with Rick Astley. Even Mills called it the worst of her Disney films, so it couldn't have been too magical that summer. Let's see what the other kids are doing this season.
The sun rose high on this distant land the day a boy was to be crowned a king.
First order of business, free candy for everyone! However, the king is being challenged to compete with his spectacular budget.
MGM traveled its color cameras, its special scope lenses, its award-winning technical crew.
But not Leo the Lion. He's still in timeout. You may be asking, what is this? Is it like an ancient version of the Defiant Ones with amazing stunt work? Actually, it's one of the Tarzan movies, but one of the mainstream big-budget ones, and not an Italian import called Tarzan Meets the Atlas of Goliath or some shit. No, Tarzan has a lot on his plate here.
Filmed in the land of a high, bright sun, this is the Tarzan picture that challenges the mighty big ones.
He's gonna motorboat some bad boys at the cat house later. This was Jock Mahoney's second and final time playing the role, and it's got Woody Strode looking like he'd be playing the Fred Williamson role in a post-apocalyptic movie. And there's animals here too.
This is the adventure story of a challenge, a boy, and a baby elephant.
Hey, do you mind helping me out over here? You can do some comedy relief with the elephant later. It's bad enough the narrator won't stop talking about locations.
Here are the giant caves of Phetchaburi, the great floating market of Bangkok, the temple of Buddha Bat.
You know the movie is gonna be good when the trailer guy isn't telling you much about the plot and more like, look at all of these locations we have and these costumes. You know you're gonna see it for the fire. Oh no, it's taken long enough, but the fire's finally out of control. We got a man down over here. Help, Tarzan. Yes, where Tarzan ends, Sleepaway Camp begins in Tarzan's 3 challenges. And if there's any problems, just take it up at the next meeting of executives.
Oh, hi, my name is Carl Reiner. You know who's doing all that screaming in there?
You got Fuad Ramses to do catering for the Thanksgiving party? Carl Reiner is going all out and pitching us his new comedy, The Thrill of It All.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something that's never been done before in a preview. We're gonna show you the whole movie.
What? Well, that's just gonna make this July portion a hell of a lot longer. I have faith it'll be good. If it's not, it'll cut to Carl screaming, turn it off, turn it off! But there's happy news. James Garner escaped the POW camp and is free to get back home to Doris Day. However, I think the Germans may still be looking for him. No, they're gonna send him into the cooler with McQueen. Directed by Norman Jewison, it's a rom-com where their marriage is tested when she becomes a star for a soap commercial and he gets clumsier.
I forgot to tell you we have a pool!
Eddie, we don't have time. Move it!
Weird. Usually the trailer loves showing the falling in the pool gags. Was that the whole movie?
Well, we did it. You saw the whole picture. A little too fast, perhaps.
Okay, but can my kids come out from the coward's corner? The theater manager suggested poor Doris's intestines will be used for turkey stuffing. And look what's happening in the Old West with 3 of the Magnificent 7 gone.
When the ruthless cattle barons of Texas invaded the fertile valleys of the North, relentlessly wreaking their malice on everything and everybody in their path.
Oof, this is absolutely gonna raise your wanted level, but they didn't count on Robert Taylor as the appropriately named Sam Brassfield, a perfectly badass name for a Western hero.
I know why you're in town, Sam. You come to yell to your Cattlemen's Association.
And why do you look like John Carradine playing Dracula? There's something you want to tell us? He gets along with some of his neighbors, as long as they're hot.
But there was one neighbor.
You know what I like most about you? You're the only wrangler I ever knew who smelled sweet, even in a corral.
Also, you got some sweet big ones, too. He'll have some competition, though.
Whose love for Sam Brassfield was as intense as her brother's hate.
Even ready to marry that girl just to get a hold of my land.
I told you I was to be the one to put a ring on Sam Brassfield's finger. All the names in this movie are great.
Sam Brassfield was surrounded by fiercely loyal men, like the legendary Johnny Quattro.
Just wait till his even more intense brother, Albert Cinco, arrives. Johnny Quattro. That sounds like a possible name for Robert Loggia's character in Scarface. This is going all the way to the top.
He so twisted the interpretation of the nation's grazing laws that the President of the United States had to intervene.
First order of business, defeat the invaders with a nuclear bomb dropped in a nearby tornado. You fool, we don't have the budget for that. I'll just cut to the chase and shoot them once I'm done knocking out my sweetie's brother. And the narrator of the next film has his eyes set on the lead character too.
This is a man, and what a man.
Yes, Richard Harris, with kindly eyes you could fool yourself into getting lost in, and a chiseled body that would stand out in the showers of Olympus. This Sporting Life is a drama, which was the first full-length film from Lindsay Anderson, later of If and Oh Lucky Man, where Harris is a star rugby player with a HUD-like temper and success in all the ladies wanting to bang him, except the one he really wants.
And the one thing you can't have like everything else! I want you! I want you to go! I need you!
You're the one I want to be my future ex-wife.
She returned his love with a burning, passionate hate.
Damn it, if this were a Doris Day movie, we'd be in love by the end. While not a commercial hit, critically it did very well, which got Harris and Rachel Roberts Oscar nominations for actor and actress, though the more I'm seeing here, I'm not sure they should end up together. How about a romance a little more jolly? While Tammy is spending 1963 cleaning up bedpans, Gidget, meanwhile, is having a time abroad in Gidget Goes to Rome, though I'm sensing a conspiracy. The last time we saw Gidget, she was going Hawaiian, and now she's a different actress? Did something happen in Hawaii? Here, Cindy Carroll takes over the role since Deborah Wally, who played her in Hawaiian, was pregnant at the time. James Darren doesn't seem to care. Moondoggy doesn't even notice his girl keeps changing appearances every film. There's issues with their relationship, though, as Gidget begins falling for the man sent to chaperone their vacation by her dad. Things had better work out good in the end. This was the last of the 3 Gidget films before some TV movies in the late 60s and 70s, but I was really rooting for her relationship with the mayor from Animal House. However, this wouldn't be the only escape this month, as we're also escaping from Hell Island 2. Hell Island sounds scary and all, but The Great Escape promised us a great escape. I do love the poster here, looking like this year's yacht race is going hardcore. Here, Mark Stevens is a man who smuggles people out of Cuba until he's double-crossed by the husband of the woman he saved. It's about time we had a movie about refugees that touches on the love triangles and film noir betrayals when fleeing another country. Whoever arrives here can go see the sexiest movies playing down at the cinema. Ah, The Playgirls and the Vampire. Sounds like it'll have some cleavage in it, and it's an import too, as it was a 1960 film that got its US release in '63. No need to talk to the camera here, it spells it out. 5 stray girls meet the devil in the flesh. And if the trailer says the word unnatural, that means they want the audience to have an erection. It is for adults only, though you probably won't be too put off by it. I don't know if anyone gets their tongue ripped out like in Blood Feast. It still offers raw, naked terror. I see the word naked there, so I'm gonna take my chance in wearing my heaviest overcoat to go see it. What? The devil made me do it! The next movie is called The Right Hand of the Devil, starring Adam Cratcher, picking a very complicated way of trimming the top of his hat. He is mysterious.
Who is this man? What bizarre patterns of the mind are hidden?
We'll find out later. We were just offered $1 million to stay in this haunted house. It's a heist film where there wasn't a nearby screening of Playgirls and the Vampire, so he's just gonna watch some action in person. I can't tell if it's a movie about a criminal wanting to knock off a sports arena, which is what it's about, or if it's another look at the sexy nightlife.
The expertly illustrated page out of the life of a clever psychopath.
Dang, not only is Cratcher the star, but he also wrote and directed the picture too, and he can play a mean sax to impress the ladies. Even the trailer is selling him as the next Orson Welles or the next Hitchcock. But it would be the only film he directed. Damn it, he didn't even get a chance at becoming the next Coleman Francis. Or try his hand at a nudie movie. That's what everyone else is doing. I bet this one is thought-provoking. It's called Intimate Diary of Artist Models. Each entry will be about how they love waking up in the morning, already looking stunning, so they can head to the photo shoot with their own inner catty monologue.
Never did I dare think of myself as winning. And yet why do girls enter beauty contests? Unless they feel they can win. You figure that one out.
Yeah, prove to us you can play ping pong with your tits and you'll win a lifetime supply of head towels and a free futon. By the way, these conversations take a turn.
Reminding Sally of a modeling job in an armor museum, where she found herself uncomfortably modeling a choker of spikes and chains.
Dear Diary, I don't think Anton is actually a professional photographer. Some movies have characters speaking their lines, but we must give the nudie films continued credit of shooting without sound and just having staticky narration sum everything up for us. Peak cinema. Are you done in the Red Room yet? We need to warn audiences not to let their kids sacrifice to Ishtar. You know what really wants a comeback though? Slaps. And boy, this movie is making that loud and clear. Toys in the Attic is putting the open palm slap to the face right on the poster. Dean Martin is serious about no one peeking to find where the Christmas presents are hidden. Based on the play by Lillian Hellman and directed by George Roy Hill, it has Dino going full melodrama this time, as a man and his new wife visit his sisters in New Orleans, where there's suspicion of infidelity, he keeps coming into money somehow, and the possessiveness from his older sister might be incestuous. Forget Christmas, this is all a recipe for just a normal Thanksgiving in a Delmer Daves film. Coming up next, we've got a beach party, we've got the Three Stooges, and if it gets too wild, we'll also have Flipper there to save them.
Only Scotty's Magic Oval can give you tissues that float up, smooth and easy. No tugging, no tearing, no extra tissues tagging along. All neatly folded, just right for pocket or purse. Look for Scotty's pretty new Magic Oval box, the only one of its kind.
Welcome to August of '63, where summer's almost over, so get to the beach as soon as you can. It's got the girls, the boys, the songs, the joys. Woo! Let's all stand in one pile though, guys. The sand is hot. Here, Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello are clearly in love because they got the heart scope. We'll know it's true love if they fly away in a car at the end. Who knew Beach Party would be one of the more influential films of the year? It was practically the Porky's of its time, right down to the voyeurism.
For the most uproariously uninhibited unveiling of today's pagan rites.
The Simone puberty dance all over again.
Keep the creepy overcoat man in the theater and not in the actual movie. But really, it's all about research.
Dorothy Malone is the professor's assistant, who can teach a few things herself.
I can eat an apple and crap out a whole pie. This is almost the plot of a white coater porno. It's about a professor researching the mating habits of the swinging young folks at the beaches, like it would just be him talking over sex scenes. Although here it's for the whole family, with notable guest stars and lively music. Oh, it's too late. We can't stop now. Oh, I shouldn't have drank that whole 6-gallon milkshake before doing this. Beach Party proved to be such a hit with a soundtrack specifically made for the movie itself that it inspired a whole genre of these beach movies. It was also the biggest hit at the time for AIP Films, who gave the film 11 whole follow-ups, and there was even a reunion parody movie, Back to the Beach, in the 80s. Just don't do any of this at home.
Wild and wonderful when 10,000 kids beat on 5,000 beach blankets.
Hey, wall-to-wall girls.
You knucklehead, you just got out of prison and now you're going back in. Don't worry, we'll find another girl to sacrifice to our god. Have we pleased you with our dancing lord? Recently, we've seen James Garner and others try out the Rock Hudson rom-com formula, and now Kirk Douglas is getting a shot too, in For Love or Money, or what? He was hired to mate them, but not to date them? Just tell me where I can set you down. I bought you fair and square, and the accessories too. From the director of Boys Night Out, here Kirk is a lawyer who's hired by a woman to find husbands for her 3 beautiful daughters. Just take the money and pick up anyone off the street. Well, okay, I do like to watch, and I've already been banned from the beaches. Kirk was taking a break from the costume flicks and the westerns with this one, and I'm sure it was like, fetch me a script where I can hook up with 3 broads. If you waited till later in the month, you could have set up the 3 single ladies with the 3 Stooges. That crossover writes itself. And we're already getting some movies where I wonder if they knew The Great Escape was gonna be a hit. Throw the young and the brave into production. This time we got Rory Calhoun and William Bendix, and we're gonna be escaping from a North Korea camp instead. With Bendix here, they've got someone who can throw a baseball, provided he doesn't hit a dog instead. Better return to the States quick. A new star is born.
Movie stars have been discovered in many different places. In soda fountains, on Hollywood Boulevard.
And on a street corner, too. Follow me, baby. If you can do tricks with an apple and some pie, I'll make you a star. They ran out of discovering people at parties, so they're hitting the ocean.
It's Flipper, the Fabulous Dolphin.
Yes, the movie that makes you say, oh right, there was a Flipper movie before the television series, and no, not the later Paul Hogan one. Turns out, when there aren't sharks around to eat the swimmers, Amity Island does have some delightful summers. Here, Luke Halpin is having a hard time connecting with his dad, Chuck Connors, so he befriends a dolphin instead. Don't worry, kid, you'll get a new dad on the television series, and a brother, too. The dolphin can save you from anything, like hurricanes and more fires. What, is the dolphin also a god? That's why the sharks aren't around. Flipper fights them off. The writer did come right out and say he wanted his own version of Lassie, and it paid off, though he may have to fight Lassie at the box office later in the month. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, we've got a movie that shows us reading material at the beginning, so I guess it's important.
This is the most exciting magazine in America, and when this particular issue came out recently, a bombshell broke.
Ooh, I'm listening. This is my kind of reading. Never mind the articles, I'm watching the movie just for the script, and not the luscious Jane Mansfield. Ooh, room for one more, Mr. Bubble? Yes, the nudie films are going slightly more mainstream with Promises, Promises. Hello, Kirk Douglas sent me in here. Are you my new wife? It's not often I see a trailer that has to blur out nudity and it isn't one of the nudist films. Instead, Promises, Promises was the first big movie to have its stars shown in the nude, leading to it being banned in a lot of cities, while Mr. Tease is like, oh, catching up now, are you, Hollywood? I was being banned before it was cool. I love any movie that tells you to ditch the kids.
By the way, I don't want to tell you how to run your family, but I suggest you park the kiddies at the nearest cartoon movie and run. Do not walk to this theater to see Promises, Promises.
Well, there weren't any cartoons playing, so I just dropped the kid off downtown with a roll of quarters. He's fine. He'll find an arcade somewhere. The plot has to do with a couple of women knocked up while on a cruise, and they have to find out if their partners are the real fathers after a room mix-up. Well, that's a pretty big oops. We'll know if Mickey Hargitay is the dad if the child goes on to star in SVU and Tequila and Benetti. Between the beach parties and the cruises, this is turning out to be a horny month. Look at the next one.
The greatest of all indoor sports is this.
Ooh, Daddy's knocking around some balls. Careful, you'll break the lamp. This is called Wives and Lovers, which sounds like it could be the title of literally any romance film of the era. It'll be hard to sell this one.
You're like a little boy.
Yeah?
What? Don't say that when we're about to fool around. You want me to go home to my wife?
And behind that woman is his wife.
Yeah, no shit. I just assume everyone in every movie is secretly married. Here, Van Johnson and Janet Leigh strike it rich, move to the burbs, and someone's gotta sleep with the neighbors. Kidding, the next film shows that she'll never go to sleep again.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I believe I don't want that thing in my house. Yes, Boris Karloff introduces 3 horror stories in Black Sabbath. Sweet. First we got a Naked Eyes movie, and now Ozzy Osbourne. Woo! We got a good cast here.
The personable Mark Damon and lush and lovely women.
I'll look up their names later. I only know the leads if they've also been in Playboy. Directed by the legendary Mario Bava, the stories have to do with a killer making threatening calls.
How nice you look with that towel around you. You always did have a beautiful body.
I think it's the cinematographer making those calls. There's also stories about a woman who steals a ring from a corpse who then haunts her. I won that in a gumball machine fair and square. Plus, we'll throw a vampire story into the mix too. It's a stylish as hell film, which got a weird release in the States, where it was redubbed with new plot elements and some story points taken out. It's also one of those highly regarded horror films of the era that actually did underperform when it came out. AIP even canceled the proposed follow-up, but its influence did last decades, such as inspiring music obviously, but was also a big influence on the story structure of Pulp Fiction. Maybe Tarantino did a double feature with Beach Party, since that had Dick Dale and the Deltones in it who did Miserlou. But hey, we got a movie called Wives and Lovers, so we may as well get one with affair in the name. A ticklish affair. Hey, get down here! I'm gonna tickle you! This poster just says that fooling around is better than marriage. That's because this one involves space.
Is there room in the space program for love?
I guess. Wasn't that already answered last year in Disney's Moon Pilot and Nude on the Moon? There's a whole ensemble of wacky characters and props here.
A handsome Navy bachelor, 3 Little League astronauts, and the United States Navy, all caught up in the craziest project of the space age.
Sounds convoluted. Here a widow's kids accidentally send out an SOS, so get the whole fleet down here. We just want to make sure you get your pants on, okay ma'am? But what happens when the man sent to investigate falls for the mother? Gig Young will be the perfect father to Shirley Jones's kids. He looks good in the rear projector car. That means he'll do great in a family film. Others are falling in love too.
Carolyn Jones is the girl next door, in love with a guy who loves to do the bossa nova.
So, a dork? Plus, we have Red Buttons, who swears he's going to the moon, or he just wants to get rid of the annoying-ass neighbor kid by sending him back to heaven in balloons. This is escalating quickly. You put one boy in some balloons, and suddenly there's car wrecks, and so much military around that you'd swear King Kong somehow got tangled up in balloons again. Also gross. Can't we just have our own drinks? And now we're on our way to Cairo. What? That's the title of the next movie with a tonally weird poster. Oof, that's a guy who likes to watch. I don't trust him to investigate beach parties. From Wolf Rilla, the director of Village of the Damned, it's a heist film where this time the criminals want to steal Egyptian artifacts from a museum. I'd be careful if I were you. The guardian of the artifacts loves making sausage out of your wife's intestines. If the movie feels a little like John Huston's Asphalt Jungle, it's because it's a stealth remake that pretty much goes scene by scene. Only this one's in Cairo, and it has pyramids. It's different. But if you're not cool enough to get into the beach party, there's some swinging, stomping, and sweeping around the world in the Hootenanny Hoot. That is peak mom saying, we have beach party at home. It's over in the barn. This one has music stars in it too.
With the top recording stars of the day.
The Brothers Force!
The first time I saw...
Try to top this, Beatlemania. What is this even about? Are they building railroads now?
That follows the hootenanny craze from New York's TV studios across college campuses everywhere.
You never been in a college town for a hootenanny?
Hootenanny? What is that exactly?
I'm also here to help you study. I'm a TV producer, I swear. They're finding all kinds of love on campus when not being stalked by an obvious serial killer in clown makeup. The discovery of hootenannies is making it all the way to the top.
Ruta Lee is the high-powered TV executive. This is a TV executive?
Hide your erections, sir, or you'll only be narrating the nudie trailers. Not only is August a horny month, but also a month where no one is doing their damn job. Get back to your post. We're televising a hootenanny over here. We've got George Hamilton IV. George was old enough to have adult kids. We've also got Bing Crosby's nephew Chris. There's Joe and Eddie, who aren't allowed inside outside, sadly, and even Johnny Cash is stopping by. Though I wish he was still playing his hitman character from 5 Minutes to Live. The brothers 4 are here too. Whatever. George was 4 people all in one. Now this is what I call a hootenanny. Or is it a hoedown? Damn it, we gotta start from scratch. If you're wondering what happened to the kid on the balloon though, obviously he must have crashed onto an island somewhere. They'll be fine. It's Lord of the Flies. They'll start their own civilization with their own rules and laws. And sure, there'll be anarchy and murder and savagery, but at least they tried. It's all in our human nature to turn any society into a mad dictatorship. The 1963 adaptation is considered to be the most faithful of the movie versions, with the author himself even being a fan of the film. You know what these kids need? Judy Garland to help guide them into civility. It's a story whose themes can not only cross over perfectly fine into future generations, but also different genres, as we would also get Lord of the Flies at summer camp. And Lord of the Flies in space! Damn it, we only came to this beach to dance. Why are we building wicker men now? What these kids really need is a faithful companion to save them. No, not Lassie. I was gonna say Flipper. The kids are much closer to the water. Between a Flipper movie and a Lassie movie, it's like the movies this month are also an afternoon of reruns on Nickelodeon in the 80s and 90s. In keeping with other themes this month too, there's also an accident involving a balloon, as well as a kid trapped in the wilderness. No word on if he calls for any executions though. It's a movie version of the TV series, albeit in color this time, where we've got the stars of the series, John Provost, Hugh Riley, and June Lockhart here too, along with Timmy getting in trouble again. So many problems would be solved if this kid just stayed in his room. All I can say is it's about time at least one movie this year got some therapy. So many of them sure as hell need it. The Caretakers is a mental health drama with a poster that looks like a horror film where the caretaker would be tormenting someone, possibly capitalizing on Joan Crawford's recent success with Baby Jane. Here, Robert Stack is a psychiatrist who is introducing the concept of group therapy in the hospital despite all the backlash he gets, but he uses it to help out patients, including former prostitutes and pyromaniacs. I have no doubt he will be successful, because Robert, you've always been the caretaker. I would have preferred it be zanier. Like, what if the Three Stooges were the caretakers? It could have been the Disorderlies of its time. Here the boys are doing their own take on Around the World in 80 Days. In the Three Stooges go around the world in a daze. Hey, with all the balloon mishaps going on this month, it's best the Stooges try anything else but a balloon. They can't even take a train without making a mess. Whoa, they're getting a little kinky too. Careful, there may be some speed in that milk. How are they gonna make it around the world when they can barely make it out of a room? It's like the Three Stooges doing a Mondo travelogue.
That ain't a man, that's a committee.
You can take him, poke him in the eyes. It's like your Vulcan pinch. Oh, and the narrator's drunk again.
Our stupid stooges confuse clever Chinese.
Oh, he's doing accents now. For the love of God, don't get him to narrate the trailer for 55 Days at Peking. Kinda curious to see where this goes, though. I think I'm in love with the Chinese Three Stooges. And that's the Three Stooges causing more damage around the world than a giant monster movie. But Rory Calhoun must have made it out of Korea because he's back in the Old West in The Gunhawk, another gunslinger movie where this time Rory wants revenge on the brothers that killed his father if the sheriff doesn't get in his way first.
I'm looking for Blaine Madden. Can you tell me where to find him?
The whole town is gonna watch this drama unfold.
You're new in this town. Men ain't going nowhere.
No? Well, my money's on the lawman.
Hey, keep it down! I'm playing solitaire back here! Did you think we were getting out of August without a Corman film? Absolutely not. Does this mean we're finally at the Haunted Palace? Yep, we're at the Haunted Palace. I got an invitation.
You are invited to an open house where horror will be your host.
No thank you. You've clearly oversteamed the feast. Starring Vincent Price and some others who, wow, no need to add this much foundation. We're only going to a quiet house party. One of the Corman Poe adaptations, kinda, sorta, not really. I've heard of these taking liberties, but this isn't even a Poe adaptation. It's more so based on the case of Dexter Ward by H.P. Lovecraft. Against Corman's wishes, AIP Films put the Poe name on it to make it feel like part of that series, which we do still get Price doing crazy shit in this movie too.
While the strange and feared new master of the Haunted Palace reaches for the skeleton of one long dead.
Well, you look alive enough to me. You still got your looks. Is there a monster? There better be, or we lit our torches for nothing.
You see?
Oh, well, she ain't scary at all. Quite sexy, actually. Carry on, Doctor. Wait, why are you stringing me up? It's because you think you're better than us.
From this night onward, you shall bear my curse.
Stop trying to win a Tony Award. We're supposed to be burning you here. He is so gonna come back and haunt them. Because why wouldn't he be a warlock? Coming up next, the Nudie Films are also lending a hand to adaptations of classic literature like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Get it? Bears. B-A-R-E-S.
Look, up in the sky. I mean down in the water. It's a sea bass. It's a submarine. It's Flipper. Fights a never-ending battle for kids, dolphins, and the Nickelodeon way. Flipper, every weekday on Nick.
Welcome to September of '63, where the weather is getting cool and so are the movie titles. Wait, Cool World? No, not that Cool World. This one's called The Cool World. So it's like the more critically acclaimed reboot. Or the two have nothing to do with each other. At least I'm right about this being much more critically acclaimed. This is a drama from director Shirley Clark about a youth gang in Harlem known as the Royal Pythons. Why not join? They have everything. Hookers, funk, junk, rumbles. Someone's been reading my new book. One extremely impressive thing here is that it's a drama that does so well shooting in a documentary style that one look and you'd think it actually was a documentary. That seems serious though. Give me something that I can riff with two robots.
The Crawling Hand.
Someone please come hand.
Well, the Crawling Hand will do, I guess. I remember when they put this episode on DVD and was also like, guess that episode will do. Don't let being possessed in space get in the way of showing more frolicking at the beach. Woohoo! The shuttle made it to Bikini Island. At least something from the astronaut survived. It's just his hand and his soundtrack. I don't know what you want my reaction to be. Is this scary, or is it supposed to make me want to dance by playing Surfing Bird over scenes of murder? I had no idea Peter Griffin was a movie editor in the 60s. That's right, if you love Evil Dead 2, Idle Hands, Oliver Stone's The Hand, The Incredible Melting Man, and of course Gilligan's Island, see the original, The Crawling Hand, which keeps the scares so rockin' and rollin', he kills someone on an actual jukebox. If you want the noise and the drama, but without the hands possessing you into killing people, you've got Wall of Noise, where Horse Trainer begins working for a man, but then the guy's wife starts taking a special interest. Dude, it's Suzanne Plachette. Go for it. And Dorothy Provine is in this too, co-star of two of my favorite movies. I love how this is categorized advertised as a workplace drama. Why bother going to work in the 60s if there ain't gonna be adultery and love triangles? But now we get to the biggest movie of the month, based on the beloved children's classic that will get all the families out there to the theaters. That's right, it's Goldilocks and the Three Bears, B-A-R-E-S. This is gonna take liberties, isn't it?
Oh, never have I seen a girl forlorner.
What, did these two come together to make another movie? Well, sorta. Director Herschel Gordon Lewis has had a busy year. Not only did he direct Blood Feast in '63, but also Belle, Bear, and Beautiful, Scum of the Earth, Boing, of course. And now this Goldilocks movie that again shows William Kerwin cutting loose instead of being serious as a fucking heart attack and warning parents against a blood feast. While the movie may have Goldilocks in the title, there's no one in the movie called that, and the plot is just about two knuckleheads who start dating a couple women who it turns out are nudists, and at first they have a problem with it, but by the end are like, hey, what are we complaining about? Look at the titties! I feel like I've seen that plot a bunch of times now, but this one is more ambitious about it, in that they marketed it as the first nudie musical
throughout the world. Love song was sung.
Ooh, these siren tunes are possessing me. Urge to kill with naked bare hand is growing larger. If Wall of Noise wasn't enough workplace drama for you, here's one called Of Love and Desire, where I feel like you could switch both posters and it'd still work. This one's in color, though. It's different. Here, an engineer goes to work for a mining project where he's told by a former employee to sleep with the boss because she's a whore. But then he falls in love with her, which pisses off her half-brother, who brings her ex into the mix, where there's family twists. Jesus Christ. It's like I'm also wrapping up all the General Hospital episodes of 1963. For the love of God, give me another horror movie fast!
From caves and sewers come the slime people.
How am I supposed to have an affair in this hotel with that thing outside? 2 stars on Yelp. Complimentary breakfast is okay. And why are you standing there staring at it? Is there some kind of costume party we're unaware of? Wait, I know this movie. I guess it's also the month of Season 2 MST3K episodes. He don't look so slimy. He looks like the half-brother of the Swamp Thing, keeping someone from sleeping with his sister too. Never before has such horror been brought to the town. Oh my God, she's chewing gum! I don't know how to describe this creature. He looks like he's part fish, part homeless man, part sad bullfrog. But sure, keep hitting him with the butt of your gun. You've done that 12 times already, but I'm sure it'll work this time. I've seen too many movies like this. Give me sights I've never seen.
The motion picture screen opens the door to sights you've never seen before.
Okay, but shouldn't they all be running around naked? It's Samuel Fuller's wildly acclaimed thriller Shock Corridor, an inside look at the cruelty inside this mental institution. Get Robert Stack and his group therapy in there to help these patients.
Johnny B., brilliant newspaper reporter, suffering from hallucinations that his sweetheart is his sister.
I told you not to go see Of Love and Desire. No, needs more sexy melodrama.
Diagnosis, erotic dementia.
Well, only one thing to do. Take a music class and bang Harley Quinn. Someone will fill that role, I'm sure.
Case history number 2, Kathy B., stripteaser, young, intelligent, beautiful.
The world doesn't understand that nudism is a way of life. Now allow me to sing about it while you find another friend.
Case history number 3, a lone Negro student who stepped out of a white university into a straitjacket.
I feel like there's a lot missing from that story. How the hell did he go to school and end up in a straitjacket? Give me more information.
Diagnosis, a acute schizophrenia.
Who cares how I pronounce it? I'm a doctor, don't question me. If last month had a little influence for Tarantino in it, you can also see Shock Corridor's influence on things too, like with Martin Scorsese's Shutter Island, plus with it having a plot about a man having himself committed so he can solve a murder from within the hospital. That's almost the plot of every women in prison film ever made. Only thing that's missing is these rumbles aren't happening in the showers. Still just another day of normal workplace drama, we swear. On to another horror movie though. Good, they're stopping another possessed hand before it gets started. I love that when you hear a title like Twice Told Tales, you know right away it will have Vincent Price in it. And yes, it's another anthology movie, but less Black Sabbath, and pretty much this year's version of 1962's Tales of Terror from Roger Corman. This one, however, isn't from Corman, but does still have Price in all of the segments, and instead of trying to tie it into Poe, this time it adapts Nathaniel Hawthorne. Do I give away the twist? There isn't 2 segments, there's 3, like Dr. Heidegger's experiment. How is her hotness preserved this long after death?
And a secret buried in the grave returns to haunt 2 unfaithful lovers.
Ah, through the magic of love triangle, obviously. Then in Rappaccini's Daughter, Price is on his way to Eden. And Price is a chemist now or something.
Since my father made me what I am, he used its poisons to change the chemistry of my blood.
You'll still keep your looks, right? You just have a different blood type is all. Oof, this skeleton is speed reading. We've also got The House of the Seven Gables, one fan's desperate quest to resurrect Clark Gable not once but 7 times. Good news is, you stopped the hands from Evil Dead 2. Bad news, your house is still bleeding. Also, the skeleton wants another book, and he'll strangle whoever he has to get it. Seems like the problem will work itself out, like the trailer for Amityville 3 that just showed the house blowing up. Speaking of speed reading, look at how excited the next movie is to have Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor back together.
Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton.
Slow the hell down. I'm not interested in gossip. Talk about writing off of tabloids to promote your movie. If only Cleopatra was promoted this skeevy. Wait, together for the first time? No, it isn't. Oh, in a modern love story. Guess you got me there. Yes, it don't get much more VIP than Richard and Liz. Here the 2 ditch the big budget costumes and instead go for this more low-key but strong ensemble cast film that includes Maggie Smith and Orson Welles. And you know those scenes in romances where the man stops the woman at the airport? Look at the intensity Richard Burton brings to that.
You're not going through that gate, Francis. I'm not going to let you go through that gate. I'll kill you first.
Jesus Christ, just say you complete me or something. In the film, a group of people are stranded at an airport due to a heavy fog, so a lot of their personal drama comes out when having to hang out in the terminal. Just imagine the Tom Hanks movie crossed with an episode of Dynasty. And it's nice enough to tell us what VIP means.
VIPs, very important persons. Each one confronted with a crisis brought about by the delayed flights.
Oh, got it. It was the damn snow globe that caused this weather. This feels like the kind of movie where someone's gonna hit on the secretary.
Rod Taylor, the big operator. His love-starved secretary played by London stage star Maggie Smith.
Hey, just 'cause the planes are grounded don't mean we can't still play some grab ass. It's okay, Margaret Rutherford is there, so if a murder happens on the plane, Miss Marple will spring into action. Unlike Cleopatra, this is one where Taylor and Burton's personal life did help it instead of hurt it. This had a much smaller budget, so it was way easier for it to be a more profitable film, even if, between the 2, Cleopatra is the one that's still talked about more. But I'll see this one instead. There's a bigger chance that these characters will eat at a delicious airport Johnny Rockets. If we're gonna have another horror film next, it might as well be one of the best horror films of the decade. That's right, director Robert Wise says goodbye to the singing and dancing of West Side Story, and instead will make you shake your legs because you just shit your pants in terror. It's the story of ghosts and sheer mental breakdowns about a doctor who brings people together in a house, some with supernatural elements in their past, and some with ESP, all to prove that the house isn't haunted, but instead it's all in the mind. Easy. Try defeating it with monologues. They went all out in promoting this one, with some theaters even offering cash prizes if you made it through the whole thing. But like with Black Sabbath, it's one whose acclaim and popularity would come later, with critics, audiences, and filmmakers like Martin Scorsese again, praising the sophistication of the story, the cinematography, the beautifully sinister nature of the house itself, and the themes of sexual repression and gay subtext. Oh, there was plenty of that already in House on Bear Mountain. Yep, B-A-R-E again. Or it could just be a vampire, if this couple actually makes it to the house.
A young couple in love, enjoying a romantic honeymoon.
Are we in Orlando yet? It's taken us 12 hours to drive 1 mile. Yes, from Hammer Films comes The Kiss of the Vampire, just like Vampire's Kiss, only without the alphabet lesson. I've been told what VIPs are, but what about vampires?
You know what a vampire is?
Yes, I've heard of vampire bats.
That's not what I said, you idiot. Have you seen any Christopher Lee movies? Originally intended to be the third in Hammer's Dracula series, Dracula was dropped from the script of this one, but it did still use ideas from 1960s Brides of Dracula, where here a honeymooning couple are stranded and end up in a house of horror. Oh, touch me. I knew it. They replaced Dracula with Frankenfurter, and the dude got his wish with vampire bats showing up. But how do the vampires kiss? Is it in the French style, perhaps? It sure is in this film, based on the story by Irwin Shaw. It's like one of those American Girl travels abroad movies, but less airplane shenanigans and Connie Francis singing, and more the art house version, where Gene Seberg relishes in the Paris art scene with more familiar themes this month.
It's impossible not to touch.
Sorry, my hand is possessed too. I blame outer space. Truly, she's a fish out of water here.
To be an American girl is impossible.
That's right, the American Girls turn the wankiness up to 11, where every scooter trip is in fast motion for comedy effect. And you've got a whole country of potential lovers.
That place tonight, Christina. How many of those men there have been your lovers?
Please, I've only been here for a week. I've only slept with half the country at this point. She is definitely bringing American cinema to France.
Nice, cozy weekends with married men in every charming little hotel between here and Monte Carlo.
Yep, affairs, slaps, but it's French, so there will be even more chain smoking. And yes, I mentioned Corman earlier, which naturally means we'll have another Corman movie this month, here reuniting him with Ray Milland after the premature burial, and it's a mad scientist film with a plot you'd see in a nudie flick. In X, the man with the X-ray eyes, he invents eye drops that give him X-ray vision.
It's like a splitting of the world. More light than I've ever seen.
Don't be so deep about it. You know, you're going to the nearest clothing store and watching girls shop. I've seen Like Wow and every other 60s skin flick. Seriously, even the trailer guy is like, who's kidding who?
And enjoys all the delights of secretly studying sexology.
No, really, I'm helping people, I swear. I just need to know if anyone's packing. You know, packing a sweet rack. He's got to try out all the possibilities, like using it to help with surgery and also using it to cheat at gambling. But the real gift is that every trailer editor loves it when the letter X is in the film title, and when something hilarious like this happens.
No!
Well, that was just death by clumsiness and not X-ray eyes. And if Corman can have more than one movie a year, so can Maury Dexter, the director of The Day Mars Invaded Earth and House of the Damned. Now comes The Young Swingers. Best keep your hands to yourself here, especially since it's got Rod Lauren, who was just in The Crawling Hand. The movies this month are just asking me for an obligatory Crawling Hand callback. This one's like a let's put on a show throwback, where the kids love their nightclub, but Aunt Roberta wants to shut the whole thing down. Will their wholesome singing give her a change of heart?
Some people say he's a no count, others say he's no good.
Then the building was destroyed quicker than a twice-told tale. Should have done a hootenanny hoot instead. But where there's Roger Corman, there's probably Francis Ford Coppola and another weird doctor.
Introducing Dr. William J. Bryan, the first medical doctor in the United States to specialize in the practice of hypnotism.
No need to take your clothes off, baby. I too have X-ray eyes. I like that Corman produced the movie as a Psycho knockoff by also throwing it under the bus.
In 1960, I was consulted regarding a tragic case of a triple murderer who strangled his victims immediately after viewing the movie Psycho.
Just saying, our movie will inspire a much higher body count. Top that, Hitchcock! While Coppola has directed segments of some sexploitation films and had done second unit work on plenty of Corman films, here we have his first full feature as a director, and with gimmicks too.
You will be given a test prepared by Dr. Bryan to determine your ability to withstand shock. Those unable to pass this test will not be admitted to the theater.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the kid at the box office is going to psychologically evaluate all potential customers. Even if you haven't seen Dementia 13, if you own any public domain movie box set, you probably own several copies of it right next to The Terror. It's another inheritance horror movie where we don't know who wants the money more, the widow or the ex-murderer. Who could it be?
Is it the mother, demented by grief? Or the attentive daughter-in-law, whose voice is soothingly hypnotic?
Or it's just me, your narrator. She will be mine. Nothing will stop me. Could it be the Punisher? Is it a wedding crasher? Or is it another slime person? If you think you could have seen this on a double feature with X, you'd be absolutely correct. The movie had mixed reviews at the time, with a lot of clashing going on between the director and producer, but I'll say this, I love it way more than Megalopolis. Easier to follow, too. Hell, everything is tying together. We've had Corman and Coppola and Price, so of course there's gotta be Jack Nicholson somewhere. He's not in the film, but he did co-write the screenplay. It's Thunder Island, where a young Jay Ferguson is probably in the audience looking to make a bitchin' 1977 tune. And Thunder Island is the best place for Brian Kelly to get a bit of practice before taking over for Chuck Connors and Flipper. Here Brian is a man whose wife is held hostage to force him to aid a hitman hired to take out a South American dictator. This assassination plot has got to have something to do with Christopher Walken. I just know it. Or maybe even the Jackal. Why not? Sidney Poitier is in the next film, Lilies of the Field, one of the more highly acclaimed films of the year that's still horny about it.
God is good. He has sent me a big, strong man.
Excuse me, sister, I believe you're cheating on Christ. He's a handy man, truly sent from heaven.
Just the man to patch a leaking roof.
I got something he can patch up too. In the film from Ralph Nelson, they take it as a sign from God that Sidney is there to help them build a new chapel. We need your help now more than ever. We just launched our previous minister into outer space. I legit don't know if there will be banging here.
See why a big, strong man like this couldn't resist 5 lonely ladies like these.
Got your work cut out for you there, dude. Joking aside, it's a pretty great film that takes a lighthearted approach at tackling religion and race, and the award season is here, since not only did this get a nomination for Best Picture, but also won Sidney the award for Best Actor, making him the first black actor to win for a leading man performance. And the Silver Bear, too! Not gonna lie, I kinda want that on my shelf, too. However, the Best Picture Award winner went to Tony Richardson's comedy Tom Jones. I think I know who was on the voting board this year at the Oscars. It's the story of Albert Finney as the most beloved bastard child sent into the world having many adventures and breaking hearts.
We are all of us as God made us. Tom Jones was much, much worse.
Okay, but is he HUD worse? He's truly an old dog. That's why the other dogs want to take him out of jealousy. Don't worry, the ladies will fall for him eventually.
I should always hate to despise the old sex on Academy.
Hey, you mind having some me time with a tub of Vaseline over here? The movie is Barry Lyndon with a shot of Love Potion number 9. Is the sword in his pants just as impressive? Amadeus ain't got nothing on Tom Jones's antics. You don't need to go to a Paris art house for some wacky fast motion here. Can you bang one broad without crashing our decks? At least someone is putting a stop to the trailer guy's voyeuristic ways and covering up the camera so they can roll around in the hay with some privacy. Coming up next, will James Bond have more notches on his bedpost than Tom Jones? I honestly don't know. Both of them have very impressive numbers.
Fresher, fluffier county fair hot dog rolls. Come 8 or 10 to a pack. You'll love them.
Yes, I just teased that James Bond will be here this month, but we're not gonna wait until the end of the month to talk about it. James Bond waits for no one, thank you very much. See, this is exactly what was going on in Coach while the great escapees were resting comfortably. And you thought it was bad spilling hot coffee on the train. Bond has to be careful not to spill poison.
Only the second James Bond thriller could be more exciting than the first.
Little does he know, we'll eventually get Grace Jones dumping a man from a blimp. In From Russia with Love, Spectre is pissed at what Bond did to Dr. No, and they're taking their anger out on everyone, especially us in the States. We didn't get this movie until 1964. The dates are all over the place. Hell, I'm writing this section of the video on December 17th, literally the day Goldfinger was released. Bond's got no time for that. Robert Shaw is on his tail.
That notorious, amazing Dr. No secret agent is back, and half the world is out to kill him.
Take that, Moscow! Bond is gonna help us win the Cold War on the streets and in the sheets.
I think my mouth is too big.
No, it's the right size.
Oh, she's gonna eat a whole bear claw. See, taking the train isn't so bad. You either get assassinated, laid, or get yourself a 60s slap. Ouch, Robert Shaw is so good at the slaps it even shocked James Bond, proving that the success of Dr. No was no fluke. From Russia with Love was released to praise from audiences and critics, and a major success at the box office, with Goldfinger being greenlit even quicker than this was greenlit after Dr. No. And redoing this scene from North by Northwest will also be a great Connery audition for Marnie. It's some heavy, fun espionage entertainment before the phenomenon of Goldfinger set a familiar template for a lot of the ones after. But don't think there aren't gadgets here too. Jesus Christ, we see you! You don't need a flare gun that powerful. James Bond is not only back, but causing the biggest trailer fires of 63. Makes sense. And this is another that got a later release here. The Condemned of Altona is an Italian-French film that got its Euro release in 62 before coming to the States. I'm sure it'll be less stressful than From Russia with Love. Whoa, wait, that ain't a good sign. And the posters got Sophia Loren doing resting heavy plotline face, or looking at the Promises poster. This one's about a German family hiding a secret that the son, Franz, Jones was not only a war criminal, but is still alive and thinks the war is still going on. Set this in the Civil War and it's almost a Yosemite Sam cartoon. Sounds like someone avoided a judgment at Nuremberg, but there's still a courtroom drama we got next, plus the first starring movie role for Richard Chamberlain.
You shut your dirty mouth or I'll shut it for you!
Do you mind? I'm giving my first opening statement over here. Chamberlain is tasked with defending a man who murdered the town hero, and it's causing drama at home.
You saw what they did to me in that court today. They pushed me around.
Made you look inept, took advantage of your gentleness.
He knows how to win things over with the wife, too.
I'm sorry.
When you get angry, your eyes turn blue, very deep blue.
Well, I guess we can bang. What were we even arguing about? Why is poor Nick Adams charged with murder? Because the guy he killed was fooling around with his wife. What? Impossible. In the 60s, there were no consequences for adultery. Oh, and I love the casting of the dead guy as well.
Knock it off. Stop goobballing around. Goobballing? Yeah, goobballing.
Pat Buttram is Clint, the supposed victim.
Wow, I had no idea Mr. Haney was the biggest dog of Hooterville. And what kind of trial is this? Oh, hold on there, little lady. You saved this for a Larry Buchanan film like Free White and 21. It figures a trial back then would come down to which lawyer slaps the hardest, and crowd responses like this.
Well, any man whose own wife would turn him in is better off dead.
Can you just put that on your true crime TikTok, sir? Just consider it a throwback film, a throwback to the easygoing days when the jury could freely smoke cigarettes in the courtroom. Folks are keeping it honest in the courts and in the next movie. What? When a motion picture becomes unbearable, do not see this motion picture? Is the trailer telling me the movie sucks? No, you just have to be ready to relive your family's life. Excellent. A movie about me telling my parents that I finally saved the princess at the end of Super Mario Brothers, and nothing else important happened in my upbringing ever. This is All the Way Home, and it ain't based on any old novel, but a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, featuring Gene Simmons and Robert Preston. That's the kind of embrace that says some kind of tragedy is gonna happen, and that the lovemaking will be awkward.
A picture about all the kinds of love there are.
Ow, damn it, I rolled over on some fire ants. Even the poster is odd. Love is not a thing that grows only in the dark. Weird drunken pickup line. Yes, it's about family love too. The kids are great and all, but what about a night away from the kids?
The love that a shy woman brings to her marriage bed.
You know my tickle spots get me all hot and bothered. The movies are getting so horny, they're just hosing down the whole sets. Seriously, Pat Hingle will be the grab-ass happy Pat Buttram of the movie. They don't call us Pat for nothing. Get that ass over here. Isn't the movie supposed to be depressing? Well, it is, because it's yet another widow movie of the year. I'm always surprised by the common genres in any year in the 60s. Still needs a gimmick, though. If only the widow was helped by a talking dog to raise her kids. While James Bond may not be here in the States yet, we got the next best thing.
What do you know about Johnny Cool?
Snoopy's alter ego? Sammy Davis Jr. is selling me on this Johnny Cool, the most unsubtle hitman of the year.
Headline hot, the terror behind Cosa Nostra, the Brotherhood of Crime.
See, he's doing Bond a favor. He's bumping off Telly Savalas before he had his wife killed. They also bring in the looks to tell us who Johnny Cool is.
I know he's a killer. I've seen him kill. But I don't know who turned him into a murder machine and why he kills.
It was Endora. You and I both know this, Samantha. She did it to frame Darren Stevens. From William Asher, the director of this year's Beach Party, just saying, you could have had Dick Dale here too, to play surf music over more hitmen. Here, Henry Silva's a hitman who is sent to kill anyone who's ever pissed off his boss. Look at this poster. He's even picked up some tips from Nick Adams on keeping the hands off a man's wife. This is like how I bump off people when I'm dicking around in Grand Theft Auto. Go all out for your hits, like throwing a bomb in a pool. Maybe not as powerful as a flare gun, but still pretty cool. I love this guy. Why wait till someone is alone? We've got a short run time. Out in the public will do just fine. I don't know where Pat Buttram is, but we got Jim Backus here. That's close enough. And I don't know what's more confusing about the Sammy Davis role. Is it that he looks like they put a gun to his head to get him in it? Or is it his character's name?
And Sammy Davis Jr. as Educated.
As Educated? Is he usually not? We can't all have cool names like Johnny Cool. Anyone could have been called Johnny Cool this month. This here is a crime film called Any Number Can Win, and if it doesn't, Heist. Yes, he's got one more job to do before he gets out of a life of crime. This is a highly acclaimed French film where everyone wants to out-cool James Bond. I can scope out the scenery and smoke a cigarette with the best of them, if you know what I mean. I like my martini neither shaken or stirred. I just want a glass of Mouton Cadet Bordeaux and call it a night. Cited by many critics as one of the best of the year, and worthy of checking out today too, provided you don't get the colorized version. Oops. Now even Jack Lemmon is trying to bang as many broads as James Bond.
My apartment house, I only rent to girls.
Your fondness for sex and apartments is finally getting carried away, Jack. And under the Yum Yum tree? What does that mean? Sounds like a place a witch would send kids to trick them and eat them. Here he's a horny landlord. What? We've finally gotten to where the plot description uses the word horny. And he seems like he won't get in trouble with the Renters Association.
Do you want to see references or something like that?
You've already shown me your references.
I'm gonna get so sued. It's gotta be wholesome. It has Dean Jones in it.
It's not normal for two natural, healthy people to live together like this without sex, that's why.
Never thought I'd see Dean Jones say a line like that. I'm more shocked than when he tried killing a dog. Dean really wants to have sex with his fiancée, and if he doesn't, Jack Lemmon will move in on his territory. He's slept with everyone else in town.
Josie, Betty Jane, Monique, and all those others. Oh, I could just brain you.
Hey, as long as he don't neuter me, that's where my brain is anyway. He hangs out with people who are of no competition to him, like Paul Lynde.
I don't believe it. You sure got a funny way of getting your kicks.
Ladies, who wants to play strip Yahtzee? If you don't, I'm gonna stare at you through the windows anyway. Did I mention Russ Meyer used to be the landlord? The movie is totally worth it. Yes, for Jack Lemmon killing it like usual, and also the rarity of seeing Dean Jones in a sex comedy. But we're back to being serious here in the war film Cry of Battle. No, this is a month of killing that comes with chain smoking, hard drinking, and hooking up with broads, not a war picture. Though this movie stands out for reasons not yet known in October of '63, it was this movie and the 1961 film War is Hell that was playing on a double feature when Oswald was in the movie theater after the Kennedy assassination. It'll be interesting looking at the movie releases for November, that's for sure. We'll still keep things lighthearted here, though. It's a new kind of love. We've already tried tickling. Now I gotta hang you upside down, baby. Paul Newman's got only the kindest words for Joanne Woodward.
Sheriff, arrest that woman.
He's a no-good, two-timing, double-crossing, thieving skunk.
Glass houses, HUD. Also, bro, that's your wife. It's a misunderstanding rom-com, as in, what the hell is he talking about?
Maybe that's why at the ripe old age of 25, Samantha is a semi-virgin.
Yes, Grandma 25-year-old only does hand stuff. What's a semi-virgin?
That's a girl who tried love once, but didn't like it.
This is 1963. I'm gonna need more context for that. Like I said, it's a misunderstanding comedy where at first he mistakes her for a man and then mistakes her for a call girl when she's actually a fashion buyer. And he's a journalist who wants to do a story on her profession. It sounds like you're already kind of a bad journalist. This was one of Newman's lesser reviewed movies of the decade. If HUD was his Saturday Night Fever, this is his moment by moment with a plot that sounds a little like Perfect. Let's go back to France for a little bit with another 1962 movie that got its release here. It's The Devil and the Ten Commandments. For a second, I thought I summoned another nudie movie by mentioning Russ Meyer, but I didn't. This is an anthology film with stories all centered around breaking said commandments under the influence of Satan. We should be used to this by now. All the movies released this month have already broken the commandments. No need for your help, Satan. You already did enough when you were played by Mickey Rooney. We've also had a lot of haunted house movies this year, but The Old Dark House is going for something a little different, in that it's taking a dark comedy approach.
Why don't you drop in? Sometime.
Wow, that was a blast. I want to do that again. Excellent. It's taken till October, but the reefer is finally kicking in. Directed by William Castle, it's a remake of a 1932 James Whale film that reunites Castle with Tom Poston after last year's Zots. He'll pick up the clues in this murderous mansion.
Such a surprise to find he had a friend. We're having you for dinner.
And featuring your quirky aunt as Hannibal Lecter. It's interesting seeing a zany version of plots we've seen so far. Again, it's about someone stranded and ending up in a questionable house. And again, it's an inheritance murder mystery where people are getting killed off to be the sole heirs to a fortune. You know who could help this mystery? Tim Curry. Between Clue and Rocky Horror, it wouldn't be a murder mansion film of '63 without bringing up a Tim Curry movie somewhere along the way. Even the running water here is questionable.
Tom was just a visiting American who came by accident, and by accident he was still alive.
Just the tip my ass! Not a very well-reviewed movie, especially compared to the James Whale original. You know why that is? Where's the gimmicks? It's a William Castle movie. You could have at least provided umbrellas to the audience and turned on the sprinklers. Never mind Clue, though. Surely this one I can't compare to an 80s movie. Wait, The Running Man? Lawrence Harvey is going the futuristic game show route? No, this one's a film noir about a man who fakes his own death and is based on a book from Shelley Smith, but like Cry of Battle, it's one that also wouldn't know how infamous it would be in the month of release. Seriously, the Warren Commission investigated the movie's ad campaign for putting out personal ads saying to call Lee in case it was a coded message for Oswald, and with it starring Lawrence Harvey and Lee Remick, there was even debate about it being a flop because it starred a Lee and a Harvey. That also explained how Oswald Cobblepot lost his bid for mayor. If that doesn't have anything to do with the classic Richard Dawson game show, will this movie at least be about giant monsters punching buildings? Damn it, fooled again. It's a Robert Mitchum movie about big game hunters clashing over their ethics, and yada yada yada. Of course they're fighting over the same woman, that woman being Jack Hawkins' mistress. Nick Adams is gonna kill every movie character this month. Coming up next, Coleman Francis is back, and John Wayne's spanking hand. Oh, and also political assassinations. Let's find out which movies Americans picked as much needed escapism.
Take one baby, one mother, her hair freshly done for a party. Some curious fingers, and there goes the hairdo. Hair that's been sprayed with ozone fluid net can be fixed with a comb and a touch. Yet it still feels like hair. It really does. Ozone Fluid Net.
Well, we're here, folks. November of 1963. Yes, we all know the top story of the month. That, of course, being the release of the Coleman Francis movie, The Skydivers. But did you know there were other things going on in the country, too? For instance, it was on November 22nd we lost President Kennedy, who was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald, co-star of The Running Man, of course. But that's all depending on which website you're visiting about the shooting. Has anyone looked into the theory that they were testing an early prototype of silent scope and used real bullets? Stupid 60s! Or that time-traveling James Franco had the chance to stop the assassination, but couldn't because that would make for an apocalyptic future? That's all hogwash. We all know that JFK is alive and well in a nursing home with Elvis. Regardless, Americans needed a trip to the movies to get their minds off of things. So what do they got lined up over at the Cineplex?
My father would be proud of you!
Time and place, Duke. Holster that spanking hand. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know. The trailer says McClintock is magnificent. Is it selling me a movie or a fast food burger? This isn't simply a comedy western from John Wayne, but one loosely based on the taming of the shrew?
Do you like to watch a screen full of savage, bloodthirsty, rampaging Indians on the warpath?
Shakespeare's biggest question. If it's laughs we needed, though, this one certainly got 'em.
I'm your father, and I sure love you. So?
Old school dadding. Here Duke is a rancher named G.W. McClintock who's holding down the fort in town and at home. I'm guessing booze is involved too. We forget how stairs work, and if he can't keep the peace between politicians, land grabbers, and the Native Americans, his fist will do the job.
And somebody ought to belt you in the mouth. But I won't. I won't. The hell I won't.
It's a good year for John Wayne comedies. Like I said with Donovan's Reef earlier, this is one of his I'd watch a lot as a kid too, with the slapstick here being on point, and the most notable scene, the one I remember the most, being the huge mudslide spectacle. It was made with noble intentions too, as Wayne wanted a more positive outlook on Native Americans since he had more creative control here than on The Searchers. And I'm sure his second was, I gotta spank someone, magnificent indeed. Hell, they put the spanking on the poster. But if it's a nice vacation you want this month, we can put a beach movie out there with Palm Springs Weekend.
In the springtime, the swallows fly to Capistrano.
Yeah, but what about the Spits? It's another shenanigans movie sold like a Mondo film.
We're conducting a little man-in-the-sun survey to learn something about this peculiar sociological phenomenon.
The professor is up to his studies again. I didn't see nearly enough sunbathing the first time out. Let me ask the kids directly.
Tell me, sir, why do 1 million kids suddenly jam into Palm Springs on this particular weekend?
I'll tell you this, it's not to get cock-blocked by the narrator. Get out of here! But beware of surprise Jerry Van Dyke.
I don't know if Palm Springs is the best place to get a rest, but it's great for getting girls.
And featuring Jerry Van Dyke as Toasty! I guess before November 22nd, we still had slow news days.
Excuse me, sir. We're trying to find out why this big influx of young people to Palm Springs.
Oh no, I'm not answering that. They'll put me back in jail. I'm not even supposed to be here. Jerry hasn't been this excited since bowling with Stella Stevens. Hey, there's a Connie Stevens here. Close enough. It was a minor success, given its release not long after Beach Party. Plus, it's one of those so clearly influenced by Where the Boys Are that again, they put Where the Boys Are in the advertising. But you must see the movie to know the answers to their interviews.
All our interviews seem to lead to one inescapable conclusion.
That Troy Donahue will never have any problems getting laid, and when Jerry Van Dyke tries having sex, somehow he'll always break a collarbone. And, oh my god, what the hell is going on here? Did they somehow include a clip from a 1980s version? Yes, come to Palm Springs Weekend, and for your own safety, put a napkin over all your drinks. There's some more lower budgeted westerns this month too. We got one from Audie Murphy called Gunfight at Comanche Creek. Wow, Spring Break was also full of shenanigans in the 1800s. This one's got a pretty good plot though, where a lawman investigates a gang of robbers who break criminals out of jail to make them rob banks, but then they kill the criminals for the reward money too. God damn it, you're robbing the town of their love for a hanging! Still though, 0 mudslides, 0 stars. However, there's a chance there will be mudslides in this one, and if not, there's everything else, and every actor you can imagine too. In It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, directed by Stanley Kramer, missed opportunity for this beloved epic comedy to say from the director of Judgment at Nuremberg. Here a collection of some of the biggest comedy names of the time race across country to find a hidden case of cash. In another genre of, I remember that reference on The Simpsons too. The movie was praised by critics and audiences, making it the third highest grossing film of the year, and set a standard for the big budget Cinema Snob epic comedies. With a little something for the beach party crowd too, it would go on to influence plenty of others of its kind, such as Those Magnificent Men and Their Flying Machines, and my favorite comedy, The Great Race. Hell, Dorothy Provine and Peter Falk were in that film and this one too. Its influence would last decades, from the good old boy Burt Reynolds chase movies to even 2000s comedies like Rat Race. No word yet on if the day is saved by a Smash Mouth concert. Come on, Three Stooges, sing Walking on the Sun. I know you can do it. Also, did everyone survive this picture? Maybe McClintock did have the safest way to fall off a cliff. But The Flash apparently official. On November 13th at midnight, a new Coleman Francis movie has been released.
Skydivers, they fall free and experience the epitome of freedom and movement that only eagles have known before.
Yeah, and even eagles would fall asleep in this film. Yes, produced by and starring Tony Cardoza and written and directed by Francis, it's the bonkers tale of a skydiving company caught up in affairs and a murder plot from a scorned lover, not to mention the guy who just simply doesn't open his chute. But it takes all of those plot points and says, let's be as fucking monotone and dry about it as possible. Hell, throw a bad wig on, that'll liven up the scenery. But I give it to Coleman Francis. If you're gonna make movies that are brought up as being the worst, be unique about it, with his movies being shot and acted like you're watching a dinner theater monologue in hell. They are one of a kind. There is only one Coleman Francis, just like there's only one Neil Breen and only one Tommy Wiseau. Also, maybe not the best month to have a movie out there that glamorizes vigilante shootings with a rifle. So many decisions this month. Decisions. Oh, wait, what's this?
Is a girl that's been going around with a fellow a reasonable length of time supposed to go to bed with him or not?
Yes, I told you this already. Trust me, I'm Dean Jones. Based on the play by Norman Krasna, Sunday in New York is about the proposition every woman gets. What the hell? I just asked if you'd spray me with a water bottle while I peed on the couch naked. I didn't know you'd make a movie out of it. Here, Jane Fonda visits her brother in New York and is frustrated at still being a virgin after a breakup. But there's some potential candidates here.
Boy loses girl, then boy gets girl back.
In movies, this is where the screen usually goes dark.
Okay, as long as no one's blacking out from this creep again. Put naked horseback riding in it, and it's almost the plot of a John Derek movie, but more intentionally comedic.
Then boy meets girl's lover.
Oh, I'm crazy about you, you little monkey.
I've never seen that man before in my life. Jane is making everyone go crazy, or not. Now it's just Cliff Robertson's turn to get some action on a plane, but I'm guessing it'll be the re-release of PT-109 that'll be the Cliff movie that people see. You'll be missing out on all the sex, though.
The uproarious adventures and madcap escapades of a kooky heroine and her wild and wonderful partners in confusion.
We're not confused. Sorry, Jane, we're running off with each other. Just a typical Sunday in New York. Even Jim Backus is back, surviving Nick Adams' wrath. If that ain't scary enough, this one literally says the suspense is killing in high and low. And with an image like that, I'm wondering if it was a hard sell this month. Sadly, that's exactly what happened. This is truly a great film, though, from director Akira Kurosawa and starring Toshiro Mifune. It's a crime thriller about an executive who thinks his son is kidnapped, but they accidentally kidnapped his chauffeur's son, and Toshiro needs that money for a business deal. The movie did have a slow start at the box office, due to it coming out the week of the Kennedy assassination, but that didn't stop it from universal praise from critics, citing its allusions to Shakespeare's works such as Macbeth, practically the same movie as McClintock. Given its reputation as one of the best Japanese movies of its time, of course that means we have to remake it with Spike Lee's upcoming film, highest to lowest. Yes, give the title Fast and Furious vibes. That's what it was missing. Another foreign film getting a release here was the French film Magnet of Doom, a film noir from Jean-Pierre Melville, where a paratrooper slash boxer begins working for a crooked banker, and we know where this is going.
Wow, hey, geez, the last 2,000 feet is the quickest.
Damn you, Coleman! Still, I guess we could be having a worse day in November of '63.
The Witch's Curse.
For instance, you could be cursed. I'm taking a wild guess that this movie is about witchcraft. Yes, it's another import film, as this was an Italian 1962 film that came here in '63, and The Witch's Curse appears to be making sure the fires of hell stay throughout the whole trailer instead of just at the end, and throw the Italian Hercules Maciste in there too. I'm telling my dad on you! How do we keep fire through the whole movie? Because the only way to stop the witch's curse is to travel all the way to hell himself, clearly run by Michael Goff and his team of lion guards. It's the perfect movie if you want to cross between Italian exploitation and an Estes Perkle movie about hell. Oh, this just in, new breaking news from the Teen Beat. Let's go now to our ace reporter, Sandra D.
Hi. I'm Sandra D. A lot's been said about the wild teenage set.
Come on, sweetie. I'm putting together an expose on pillow fights. It is hitting all the news in Take Her, She's Mine. What? Are they also showing me the plot to a nudie film I may have missed? Based on the play by Henry and Phoebe Ephron, with Sandra playing a fictitious version of their daughter Nora Ephron. It's a stern father comedy where dad Jimmy Stewart is concerned about his daughter going to Paris. It's breaking up the family.
My daughter, Sandra D., and my wife, Audrey Meadows, live a perfectly normal, happy life in the new movie, Take Her, She's Mine.
Yeah, sure. Say that with her cleavage out. Thanks, Dad. Jimmy's a little too interested in his daughter's French escapades.
And trying to keep up with her crazy mixed-up scrapes is like trying to hold a tiger by the tail.
Jesus, Dad, do you need me to dump some ice water on your crotch? I'd be more concerned about this.
Stanley, please.
Hey, you're not frigid, are you?
Well, now what do you think?
I think you're all woman, baby.
Do not drink what that man gives you. But he still sticks up for her right to protest and for getting 50% off coffees at the Beatnik House. This was another that was affected by the Kennedy assassination, as it was a radio ad for this that played after the news bulletin in Dallas. It was released 9 days before the shooting, but was recalled and re-edited to take out a scene where someone talks to Jackie Kennedy in the film. We'll still keep in when he's approached by Jack Ruby, though, and Jimmy with his creepiest of narration.
That there must be more to Daddy's darling little baby girl than had previously met his eye.
Dad, I'm trying to kiss a boy here. Get out of my head. This never would have happened if you went to medical school like that other Sandra D, or appearances from other movies.
Rule at Sandra as Cleopatra floating down the Seine.
I must stop my daughter's torrid affair with Richard Burton. But we need a Lee movie this month without a Harvey, so how about the Wheeler Dealers?
Have you ever heard of a Wheeler Dealer?
Can you tell me later? The restaurant's on fire. Wait, I know what a Wheeler Dealer is. It's just Cash McCall again. And there's lady Wheeler Dealers too, who are more so trying to avoid the fellas.
Every man has sex on the brain like it's some sort of wonder drug. I even had a guy once tell me that sex prevents cavities.
You also went to see the immoral Mr. Tease? In it, Lee Remick is a stockbroker who encounters a wheeler dealer who pretends to be much dumber than he actually is. Whatever gets the deals done.
Whatever it is you're on to, I'll take a fourth of it.
And I'll take an 8.
I'll see you 8, and I'll raise you a 4.
As we continue on with this all-human adaptation of Animal Farm, he knows how to approach people with resting oil-barren face. And I love how it's the kind of movie that I figured Jim Backus would be in before he even showed up, and that someone is gonna get soaked. Hey, I was gonna drink that bucket of vodka before bedtime. Come see the movie. It's tax deductible. Come for the romance. Stay for Lee's stunning eyes. Like, damn. This is a movie so rich, even the title is smoking a cigar. And while It's a Mad, 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 Mad World was the successful big ensemble cast film of the month, faring not quite as well was the war film The Victors, which, like 1972's The Longest Day, was packed with a large cast like Albert Finney, George Peppard, and George Hamilton, but was a much darker look at war, with writer-director Carl Foreman making a statement about how in war there are no winners. Which wasn't an easy sell to audiences in the early 60s, and people probably not wanting to see a movie this bleak at the time, but it did receive praise in later years for being an early example of some of the darker, more paranoid films you'd more so see in the late 60s or in the 70s. And if Dorothy Provine from That Darn Cat can have a movie this month, so can DC himself, as Sin the Siamese stars in The Incredible Journey. Yes, Air Bud, Spuds McKenzie, and Lloyd get their big screen debuts.
Jesus Christ! Hey, I captured this fish fair and square. I fought Neville Brand and Frank Gorshin. I can take on a bear.
Based on the book by Sheila Burnford, here the animal friends trek through the Canadian wilderness to find their way home, and they may not talk in this one, but they are still sassy.
And Teo, the shrewd, the sassy Siamese cat.
Hey, does it smell like horse shit in here, or was it you dogs' turn to make dinner?
Careful with your trash talk, Lloyd.
Shit, help! I take back what I said about you eating manure. This goddamn mountain lion didn't like my fur coat jokes.
Perhaps the humans will be less stressful for the animal actors.
Funny how they seem to know each other.
Michael J. Fox's voice to be added in the remake.
Look, I may not know how to read, but here's the book if you're curious. Just make sure to read it in my voice. I sound nothing like Sally Field. What the hell were they thinking? And not once have I ever been lost in San Francisco. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna make the damn director fight a cougar, you asshole!
Having a much better shoot was probably Elvis, who can even make trailer fire look jolly. Yes, no one's more Latin than Elvis in Fun in Acapulco. Sure, normally critics would scoff at an Elvis movie, but you know what? In this month, with the mood of the nation being down, it was good we had an Elvis movie that literally has the word fun in the title. It was this film that was the #1 movie in America the week after the JFK assassination, and that makes a lot of sense. Like when I was in the mood to see Zoolander after 9/11. Do you need a plot here? There's tropical locations, there's Elvis, there's ass, and of course fights.
You gonna move? Why don't you move me?
Amigos, please, Casa Bonita is a family place. And you know, a bikini picture is top tier when you throw Honey Rider into the mix. It also scored a hit song for Elvis with Bossa Nova Baby, and has significance in being the Elvis movie released before Beatlemania would change the game. Personally, I like how the internet describes the plot. A yacht owner's spoiled daughter gets Mike fired, but a boy helps him get a job as a singer. He upsets the lifeguard by taking his girl in 3 daily work hours. Mike's also seeing a woman bullfighter. That reads like he just made up shit on the fly at a pitch meeting. But hey, we put a gold record right in the trailer. You'll come see this. Back to a movie that kind of got lost in the mix of releases. It's Soldier in the Rain, a buddy film featuring Jackie Gleason as a sergeant and a young soldier played by Steve McQueen. Certainly a McQueen movie of '63 that's very forgotten in comparison to The Great Escape, but is one that has praise for the good comedic chemistry between he and Gleason, with a script co-written by Blake Edwards. It's actually based on a book by novelist and screenwriter William Goldman, inspired by his own Army experience. However, he had nothing to do with the movie adaptation, and later stated he didn't even see it. But if it's a little Scene McQueen film you're looking for, it's one to check out. But how about we get some chaos back in here? Jerry Lewis style chaos. A movie that asks, who's minding the store? No, really, I need to know. Damn it, Jerry, we're in the holiday season here. We got enough going on with the Christmas shoppers. Your shenanigans are gonna put us out of business. I'm sure this was an easy one to pitch. Look, it's a movie about someone who needs to mind the store. Who's minding
writing the story, you ask? Oh boy.
Oh no, no, it can't be.
Maybe next time don't sell loaded guns. The plot is that there's a store and Jerry is minding it. Yes, the crowds will rip their own arms off like the opening of Thanksgiving. And what? Why is that TV there to begin with? Why are you outside? You're supposed to be minding the store. For the love of God, get back inside. Now you're causing car accidents. Jesus Christ. Jerry's biggest number of fatalities yet. And if there's time, maybe a little Jill St. John romance too. And then back to complaints to HR. What the hell? What is this store in the middle of a spacecraft that opened its doors? And thus we have the story of why Montgomery Ward's only sells things online now. Coming up next, we say goodbye to 1963 with another Blake Edwards film, more movies featuring Great Escape alumni, and another Italian costume flick. Sure!
Bowser! Bowser! I wish somebody would invent a puppy that would wipe its own feet.
Mrs. Davis, I've got the next best thing. A new invention from Procter & Gamble. Pick up new Bounty today. Absorbs like magic.
We made it, people. December of 1963. Tell me what I've won, fellas. Ah, a brand new blender, full of suspense. Is that blood or tomato juice? One way to find out. There's comedy too. You drank my yellow piss. Romance, sure, but really, I'm here for the skiing. Yes, it's the hit film Charade, or as I pronounced it as a child, Charade. I don't feel so bad. Some people think this is a Hitchcock film, but no, it's a Jonathan Demme movie, of course. The film stars Cary Grant and Audrey Hepburn, who may find love if people stop trying to kill her.
As you can see, she was in serious trouble, but she still found time to enjoy herself.
I haven't felt this happy since the Great War, sweet cheeks. I was an accountant. Sadly, her husband was killed when falling off a train, and now so many people want his stolen money. George Kennedy, how could you? At least they're keeping it lighthearted.
But her life wasn't always that gay.
She's used to getting stalked by those straight murderers like Alan Arkin. This one I'm sure you could bring a date to.
Hasn't it occurred to you that I'm having a tough time keeping my hands off you?
Damn it, I thought this was a gay cruise. This highly acclaimed film is from director Stanley Donen and has one of the biggest oopsie copyright stories because Donen forgot to put the word copyright on the actual film. It immediately went into the public domain, so you could have seen it in theaters back in '63 or get a questionable copy on VHS or watch the whole film on Wikipedia. Cinema. Never before has the screen come more alive than watching it next to its own plot synopsis and trivia. It's the end of the year though, so we must confess all of the movie's sins. There's a lot!
Otto Preminger presents The Cardinal, the story of a young American, his personal and professional conflicts.
God damn it, I thought this was gonna be about baseball. You fooled me into seeing another church movie, dear. Relax, there's still a lot going on here.
Told against the background of 2 world wars, prohibition, jazz, the lost generation, stock market crash, burning crosses of the Ku Klux Klan, Hitler's rise to power.
Well, that sounds like an eventful day. This story of a Catholic priest who works his way up to cardinal garnered universal acclaim plus 6 Oscar nominations. And hell, I think he's even taking time out to perform an exorcism. It's a movie so Catholic that Joseph Ratzinger helped on the film. You know, the man who would later become the Pope himself. And yet, none of them wanted to help on The Devil Inside. I bet it's because this one's at least got a sweet Saul Bass poster. We're getting all the awards movies this month. What's this? We'll know what it is if the logo turns into the bat symbol. This is America, America, a passion project for Elia Kazan, who directed it, wrote it, and adapted it from his own book of the same name. And I think he's looking for his crew. This is an immigration story based on his own Greek family who had a dream of making it to America and what made them want to leave their home.
The Greeks and the Armenians lived as best they could.
I'm actually still looking for Smiler Grogan's hidden loot. It's gotta be here somewhere. Forget that, we've got enough ice to make old fashions for the whole village. This story of the American dream was so powerful, it got a nomination for Best Picture, but you gotta find your way out of the mountains first.
In America, everything's bigger.
What else? What else in America?
In America, you can sleep with your own secretary, and they'll make a love story out of it. Come see this movie if you're a patriot. I like that the title also sounds like something another country would say to us when we do something stupid, like America, America. But giving it another shot this month is Lawrence Harvey. Lee Remick isn't in this, so maybe there won't be controversy. Oh, damn, it has a Lee Patterson in it. Damn you, Oswald! Not only does Lawrence Harvey star in it, but he also directed it too, as it's a film about a bank robber who was sent to jail, but his brother hatches a scheme to get him out, but he's gonna need something in return. That's right, he wants to date Harvey's girlfriend first. How is a prison movie also somehow an affair movie? We gotta get a costume flick in here at some point, though. I'm guessing this has a bigger budget than the last few we've seen. Yeah, Elia, your movie may mention Greece too, but this one wants you to think about all the Roman epics as well, even though it's about a Native American tribe versus the Mayans and led by Chief Bernardo of West Side Story. Yes, we're sending you to the big city where you'll get a record contract like that nice Elvis fella. Is he up for the job?
The prince of this golden civilization was destined to battle the warrior chief of another world.
Yul Brynner will get revenge on everyone for not being in The Great Escape. The movie reunited Brynner with director J. Lee Thompson after they did last year's Taurus Bulba. Let me guess, is there a lady involved?
And a woman who was fated to be queen.
I held you in my arms.
Why did you coat yourself in my cooking spray? I need that for making the chicken dinner. It seemed like this should do well. It was a Mirisch Brothers production, who also worked with Yule on The Magnificent Seven. However, this was very criticized for its soap opera-like melodrama and seemingly cynical approach of, we'll just give it a big budget and stop there. It'll get Oscar nominations, right? It had a hectic production, too. No, you're not supposed to walk into the trailer fire. It was a big bomb and not a hit with critics either, with the over-the-top line reads like this.
Go to him. Be his woman. Bear his sons.
The god of my glorious hair commands it. But we figured out that if we run through the fire real fast, we can make it. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, did not think this through! You damn fool, you made a hole in the trailer reel! Don't worry, that's where we can put the names. Even the trailer is padded out. We just saw these names. And thus ends Kings of the Sun, detailing how not to build pyramids or temples. You're not gonna get anything done if you keep fighting. You know what it needed? A panther. A pink panther, to be more specific, because faring far, far better for the Mirisch Company was, what's this movie again?
Pardon me, sir, but what are you looking at?
He's watching Mr. Peter's Pets, of course. He's also a man turned into a cat to watch some nudity. Yes, it's the start of the Pink Panther franchise, which introduced the world to one of the great comedy characters of all time, Peter Sellers as Inspector Jacques Clouseau, who is looking for a notorious jewel thief known as the Phantom, and it's interesting to see where the series started, as this one's more of an ensemble film that features Robert Wagner, Capucine, and...
And what is your impression of that new Italian star, Claudia Cardinale?
And the Pink Panther's O-face. It was actually made more so as a starring vehicle for David Niven, and the Panther's horniness.
Oh, sir. What are you looking at now? Are those the bedroom scenes?
I am just watching for the articles. Seriously, the reviews are excellent. It was sold with a lot of sex appeal and features a lot of David Niven in the ads, and more skiing, of course, but it was the great role for Peter Sellers that stole the picture from all of them, making the sequels all heavily revolve around his presence. But this is still a great ensemble comedy with top-notch slapstick and an excellent start to this beloved franchise. However, let's try another costume movie. It's okay. It's another one of the Machiste movies. We just saw him as Hercules in Witch's Curse. Now we're seeing him as Samson, the strongest of them all, depending on which version you watch and how they dub over his name. Hell, the movie also has Zorro in it, so we'll put Zorro on the poster. Give it time and Sinbad the Sailor might show up. You okay there, Zorro? Your mask is a little big this time. You got a cold or something? In the States, we got this as Samson and the Slave Queen, and with it being directed by Umberto Lenzi, someone's gotta get their dick eaten. While J. Lee Thompson may be hanging out with the Mayans after Guns of Navarone and Cape Fear, we've got Gregory Peck here in this next film, Captain Newman, M.D., which sounds like a plot to trick Jerry Seinfeld. Newman. With a big cast that also includes Tony Curtis, Angie Dickinson, and Bobby Darin, who got an Oscar nomination for it, it's based on the wartime experiences of Dr. Ralph Greason, and while having comedic elements to it, it's a very early example of a movie that deals with PTSD among soldiers. It was a good enough hit that they even attempted a 1972 sitcom based on it, which didn't make it past the pilot. Throw in a Colonel Klink-like character and then we can talk. Also dealing with psychology and war in a much different way is Ladybug Ladybug, going with the theme of repeated word titles I see, and how looks like the critics are also going along with the theme. Cute. Directed by Frank Perry, who would later do Mommy Dearest, this is a Cold War movie and how people at a school react with each other when they think they're about to be under nuclear attack. See, if you had the Wolverines as your students, you could all single-handedly end the Cold War. I guess not only is psychology a theme this month too, but also working your way up inside the church, as now we have One Man's Way, which is a biopic where Don Murray stars as the famous clergyman Norman Vincent Peale, where this deals with him going into the seminary and the events which led to his writing the bestseller The Power of Positive Thinking. What kind of church is this? Give us Estes Perkle telling me how commies are gonna burn my flesh and chop my head off. For those who still want to have some fun in Acapulco, though, say, Ursula Andress is here too.
Howdy, partner. Just call me Tex.
Yeah, you can call me anything you want. I sure do like westerns.
It stars Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Anita Ekberg, and me, Ursula Andress.
I'm mainly watching this for the historical accuracy. This is the Old West Rat Pack style. Frank is in it, and Dean Martin, and enough cash to spend a couple of hours at the tables. We're going back to Vegas, boys. I don't know why we even left to begin with. If It's a Mad, 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 Mad World was too mad for your taste, this one also has a big cast of people looking for lost money. I'm guessing it's shorter, too. Oh no, Bronson is here. The movie will only be 5 minutes. Bronson just shoots everyone and takes the money for himself. Or not. This movie is no longer accurate. Bronson would never die in the trailer. The comparisons of Mad Mad World aren't unfounded. This one also has a cameo from the Three Stooges in it. They'll keep appearing in movies till they win the money. There's so much inheritance money this year that someone's gotta leave the boys some cash. Everyone else is distracted by chicks.
Well, I guess if I have to die, I don't mind dying at the hands of a beautiful woman.
Be careful, my darling.
Dying by 2 beautiful women, a dream come true! Anyway, what's the sheriff have to say about it? And make it sexy.
The Far West has never been so far out.
I guess that was her deputy dubbing over the cat sound. But who says the Christmas season can't also be a little like Halloween? Just make it zany. Another faithful Edgar Allan Poe adaptation? Well, close-ish. This is a blend of horror and comedy that stars Vincent Price, making up for not being in the William Castle horror comedy, I guess. It's an AIP-produced film, which features most of the same cast from the year's Tales of Terror, and both were written by Richard Matheson, but instead of doing Poe or H.P. Lovecraft, this time the title spoofs Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors with even more horniness.
Abundantly blessed, Joyce Jameson, an unhappy, unkissed bride.
Better go to bed with her or she'll sleep with the landlord, Jack Lemmon. I think we know which cast member will bring in the crowds.
Rhubarb, the cat in the house of unholy horror.
Yes, Rhubarb was the Jones the Cat of his day.
No fear! Why am I the one who has to fight the wildlife?
Unlike some other Price movies of the year, this didn't have much success at the box office, which scrapped Matheson's plans for a sequel, and Matheson would later talk about how its blend of horror and very slapstick comedy may have confused audiences in its advertising.
You're here because you're dead, Mr. Black.
The hell I am!
See, are you too scared to stay over? Actually, no, I'm not. Also making the most of their great escape, Steve McQueen is back again. See, he made it out after the end credits. This was Robert Mulligan's follow-up to his 62 hit To Kill a Mockingbird, but don't think it's one of the wacky Steve McQueen rom-coms. It's actually more of a drama featuring Natalie Wood, who got an Oscar nod for it, which hits on a lot of controversial themes, as this has to do with a one-night stand between she and McQueen, where sparks are flying.
I really mean it. You look like a woman.
How can you manage to make even a compliment sound like a slap in the face?
I apologize. Excuse me. You look like a man.
Now you're talking. You earned that steak dinner. In it, she's pregnant, so, guess we should get married or something.
Just as much to blame as you are. More. It was my fault, the whole thing, and I'm willing to take my medicine.
And I'm the medicine, right?
No, the Jack Daniels is the medicine. It's also the first appearance from Tom Bosley, so it will end with some happy days. Until then, though, the movie tackles subjects like abortion and growing up.
Go! Go where the wind blows you!
Hey! My baseball and catcher's mitt are in there. Given that her character does work at a Macy's, though, just imagine that it's the very dramatic sequel to Miracle on 34th Street. Why stop now with the Great Escape alumni? You're up next, James Garner. We want something more screwball than the McQueen film, and bring Doris Day with you. You were both just in the thrill of it all. Let me guess what this is about.
James Garner, who plays my husband, is making love to Polly Bergen, who plays his wife.
Well, at least this guy marries his mistress when still with the other wife. Look at it like this. It's good that he's not a serial killer like the stepfather. He may be creepy, though.
Please don't take advantage of me just because I'm a woman.
You're my wife.
One of them.
I told you, you're my favorite wife. That's what it's based on. It's a remake of the 1940 film, which they even tried to remake in '62, with Something's Gotta Give, which remained unfinished. Wait, what did I miss by cutting to the posters? Is she playing Mamie Van Doren now? When will that nice Cash McCall ever settle down? You're gonna lose all your money in the divorce settlement, Cash. What were you thinking? It is more complicated than he's just balancing two wives, Mickey and Maud style. Here it's that Doris was lost at sea and declared dead, so that's why her husband is remarried. Best still keep it wacky, though.
Scrambling after the same husband, up in the same honeymoon suite. Watch out for the fireworks.
Ooh, maybe I could get them to make out a little. And why is it getting biblical? Ah, yes, we all remember when Adam and Eve were tempted by Flipper holding a mackerel from a tree. With audiences still wanting a lot of lighthearted comedies after the events of November, this was another big hit, which is exactly what Fox needed at the time, as the success of this film helped a lot with their loss from Cleopatra. We need 12 more movies featuring catfighting boys. Get on it! As for the next one, is it futuristic? Welcome to the future. We're not wearing hats with our suits. Yes, Paul Newman is back in The Prize. It's based on a book. See? It must be so good the trailer is reading it to get all caught up. This is about a group of people gathered in Stockholm, where Newman is an author who is about to win the Nobel Prize. But he's still got some HUD left in him because he just wants to have sex and drink the night away. However, he gets caught up in a Hitchcock-style Cold War murder plot where he has the power to float as well? The hell is happening here? Who's gonna be the femme fatale?
For every blonde, there must be a brunette.
Oh, great, but I asked for a redhead and of age.
How old are you? You look as though you ought to be in bed.
I accept.
Yeah, definitely tell me your age. I need to have some fun before the thriller plot.
And then we all disappear behind the Iron Curtain on this rowboat.
That's nice, but why are we kidnapping Popeye's dad? Not only are there affairs, obviously.
Is just about finished.
Oh, hello.
Now, may I have my dressing gown back? And my wife, perhaps?
It's 1963. Your wife is mine. There's also this, too!
He's not kidding. He just came from a nudist convention.
Bad news, everyone! Real nudist colonies are way uglier than in the Doris Wishman films. Like his previous movie, A New Kind of Love, this also didn't do spectacular business, but had no regrets from Newman, who often spoke of the great time he had making it. It just hit me, though. We haven't had the Disney animated movie yet this year. Get the Sword and the Stone in here before December ends. This one is medieval zaniness. So, no Helen Mirren pulling a child out of herself in this one. We're going for more accuracy here, like Merlin being the Robin Williams genie of his time. Aside from being a big comedy hit, where we forget that King Arthur was also given manimal powers,
who teaches young Arthur the ways of the world by changing him into a fish, a bird.
It is not good to be the king. This was also a very notable movie for the company, as it was the last Disney animated movie to be released while Walt Disney was alive, as he tried getting it made for decades, having bought the rights to the book after it was released in 1938. This was also the first Disney movie to have music from the Sherman Brothers, later of Mary Poppins and The Jungle Book. And I remember liking this when I was a kid, but it isn't one of the Disney comedies that I watched repeatedly. That was more so Robin Hood, which I watched the hell out of and still do. Although... maybe I should have watched this more in my teens and 20s if I was drunk or high off my ass. Wait, am I still drunk? Higitus fidgetus? What does that mean? Is that one of the terms at the beginning of a Roadrunner cartoon? Anyway, The Sword and the Stone! Pete, Camelot is a silly place! But it's this film that asks the serious question, who's been sleeping in my bed? Could be anyone in 63. Could be Jack Lemmon, or James Garner, or Dean Martin. So it makes sense that Dean is in this one too, as it's directed by Daniel Mann, who also directed Dean in Who's Got the Action? Someone answer this director's questions. Must he resort to doing movies for people to tell him where the action is, or who's in his bed? Trick question though, it's been Elliot Reed sleeping in everyone's bed the whole time. He was just in Move Over, Darling, and he was in The Thrill of It All and The Wheeler Dealers. He's been playing the long game. In it, Dean plays a TV star who is more insecure than his TV personality, as he's nervous about getting married, and his friends' wives all keep trying to seduce him because they think he is his TV personality. The answer is simple. He's marrying to get the answer to another question. He'll get Elizabeth Montgomery to tell him just who is Johnny Cool. We have made it to the last movie of the year. Finally, a once-in-a-lifetime look at all of these films where we roll along with another year afterwards. But first, it's a movie called Act 1? Shouldn't that be out in the first quarter of the year and not the last? This is another biopic, this time starring George Hamilton as playwright Moss Hart.
What would you really be willing to give up to have a hit on Broadway?
I don't have
anything. I live on a bed in a bleak-ass room over here.
While George was gung-ho about wanting to do the movie, the results weren't quite what Hamilton or the Hart family wanted, as it was a very Hollywoodized movie with almost a sitcom feel.
Take a look out that window. You can see the marquee from here.
You're gonna have to be way more specific.
Also featuring Jason Robards as George S. Kaufman, it has more innocent affairs like of Broadway. Just get to the part where Jack Klugman is a sleazy manager again. The most acclaim that came from the film was actually Hamilton's appearance on I've Got a Secret to promote it, where he took part in a practical joke that played on his theory that no one over the age of 25 knows who he is. So they got another person to be on the panel to pretend to be Hamilton to see if the older panelists would pretend they recognize him. In the movie, however, why does he have murder eyes? Now, as we wrap up the year, we reflect back on all the tropes and themes that 1963 gave us the most. There were affair movies, of course, why wouldn't there be? But let's not forget the numerous widow movies, entertainer movies, John Wayne and his spanking hand, a lot of fighting over inheritance money. There were murder houses, anthology movies, stars venturing to Africa, plus Three Stooges cameos. But I think I know who the real star of the year is. That's right, Fire. Trailer Fire, to be exact. What are you even thinking if you don't put out a movie this year whose trailer doesn't end with fire? Lighting a fire under the audience's asses is exactly how we get them out to the theaters. We'll see you soon in 1964, where I will definitely be keeping a fire extinguisher handy just in case.
Butterfingers.